Are you guys ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. Lights on. I don't think you're showing, Brad. Are you showing?
Maybe not me.
Okay. Oh, cool.
Lisa's not on either.
Am I not on?
I am on.
Where am I?
All right.
Look up.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Welcome to the July 16th, 2024 Lawrence City Commission meeting. And if you'll permit me a little grace and a bit of your time, I'd like to read something before we begin. We're facing a moment in our rising political and social tensions. The discourse and approach of our neighbors in some instances has become sharp, and our conversations are not easy. It's easy to fall into the trap and see our neighbors as opponents with secret objectives rather than partners in this journey we call community. But here's the thing about Lawrence. It's not just any community. We're a community that has the capacity to listen, engage in vital discussion, embrace and respect each other, and those conversations matter. They have the ability to push us forward even when they challenge us. But we must always be our best selves and refrain from using language or actions that demean or diminish each other. We must find those parts of us and that commonality to define the way forward. I believe that we can hold on to that idea that our neighbor's voice and the insights they offer is as important as our own. We can make meaning out of these difficult moments by engaging with respect and empathy, by understanding that the strength of our community lies in our ability to hear, to learn from, and to support one another. This room, this place, is a communal space. It is a place where we listen with intention to ideas, to work. It has to also be a welcoming space where we all gather to learn from each other. It will not be easy, and the greatest conversations never are, but I know that we are capable of this. Lawrence is capable of this. Let us show what it truly means to be a community, to rise above the noise and find common ground and solutions, to lean into our mission of creating a place where all can enjoy life and feel at home.
Does that mean I'll get a response from you for the emails?
Good job, Bart.
All right.
Good job.
So now we'll go into the rundown.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. To minimize distractions during the meeting, please silence your cell phones. If you are attending virtually, please ensure you are muted and your video is off when you are not actively participating in the meeting. The city reserves the right to turn videos off or mute participants. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Virtual participants should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. Please leave your virtual hand raised until you are called on. The primary format for accessing or participating in this meeting is in person at City Hall. Virtual access to view or participate in the meeting cannot be guaranteed. The chat function will not be monitored. If you have any trouble, the meeting can be viewed on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please state your name and zip code before speaking. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you. And now to go ahead and get it started, we'll start with item A, approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve the agenda?
Second.
Have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approved 5-0. And our next item, item B, recognition proclamation presentation. Welcome the delegation from our newest sister city, Tocopilla, Chile. And I believe Bill is going to be presenting this.
Mr. Mayor, could we beg your indulgence for a few moments? We believe the delegation is imminently arriving.
Okay.
But I'd like to wait until they get here.
Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll just go to the consent agenda and hopefully give them...
Just let me know when it's time.
Yeah, not a problem.
Should see them.
All right. Item C, the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items identified as quasi-judicial for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Would any of the commission like to remove consent item?
No, sir.
Okay. And would any of the public like to remove a quasi-judicial item? All right, and can we go ahead and check on Zoom as well?
I don't see anyone, Mayor.
Okay, go ahead and bring it back to us.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Approved 5-0. Okay, given that it's going to be a little bit, Bill, once we get started with the agenda items, it might be a spell. So
I could read what I have to say.
you might want to do that because we'll probably be a while for those.
Mayor Littlejohn, members of the City Commission, distinguished guests who are arriving shortly, and members of the Lawrence, and ladies and gentlemen, good evening. As chair of Sister Cities Lawrence, it is an honor to stand before you today to introduce the distinguished Net Zero World Delegation, a group of visionary leaders, environmental advocates, and innovative thinkers who are dedicated to the cause of achieving net zero emissions. Our guests this evening hail from various corners of the globe, united by a common purpose. They bring with them a wealth of experience and a deep commitment to environmental stewardship. It is our great pleasure to introduce our delegation from Chile, as well as representatives from the U.S. Department of Energy, the Argonne National Laboratory, and the National Renewable Energy Laboratory to the City Commission. I would like to especially extend my heartfelt gratitude to the leaders from Chile who have made the long journey to travel to Lawrence and look forward to the events over the next few days. As you know, we will be formalizing our new sister city relationship with Tocopilla, Chile, on Thursday morning with a signing ceremony at City Hall. Just over a week ago, members of Lawrence Sister Cities, as well as Vice Mayor Mike Dever and Commissioner Amber Sellers, returned from Eutin, Germany, where we celebrated 35 years of international cooperation and friendship. We look forward to building on our experiences with civic and cultural exchanges around the world and launching our new relationship with Tocopilla. Here's to a successful week and our collaborations in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. And also, when they show up, we could, if we have some time in between,
Okay.
items, we can go ahead and recognize them as well. So.
Thank you. I was asked to step in. They've got an elderly person in their group, and just with the heat, I think it just needed to take a few minutes to get down here.
Okay.
But they are en route.
Yeah. Hopefully
Thanks very much.
Hopefully after our ADA item or something like that, we can maybe stop and recognize them.
Definitely.
All right. Moving on to our regular agenda item. Consider adopting resolution number 7545, the Americans with Disability Act, Public Right-of-Way Transition Plan.
Although once I start talking, it takes me a while to stop, so. Go away. There we go. Kurt, are you controlling this or am I?
You're up.
Okay. All right. Well, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Evan Carenta, and I'm the city's ADA Compliance Administrator. And tonight I'll be sharing the Americans with Disability Act Transition Plan for the Public Right-of-Way. As you may remember, we brought this as a work session at the end of May, And tonight, we are bringing back a condensed version in hopes for adoption by resolution this evening. So before we get started, I just wanted to take a minute to recognize all the ADA Transition Plan committee members that kind of helped make this plan possible over the last 2 or 3 years. It's been a long process, and I know they're not all in the room tonight, but they're either watching or present, so I just wanted to take a minute to kind of thank all of the team members there. So the purpose of our ADA transition plan for public right-of-way is to ensure safe, accessible, and usable travel pathways for all people in the public right-of-way, including people with disabilities. And I think one of the important things is, a lot of times when people hear ADA transition plan, they automatically think that this is a plan just designed for people with disabilities. And while it is true that this will greatly impact the lives of our community members with disabilities, this plan is really created for all of our community members when we look at our young children walking to school, learning to ride bike, our parents pushing strollers, our aging population. And so when we look at that, it really is a plan that's designed with equity and inclusion in mind and creating a community for all. So the plan outlines a 6-step process to address our maintenance backlog and set priorities and establish an overall funding plan. And some of the background of the ADA transition plan. So ADA transition plans are federally required under the Americans with Disabilities Act, and they ask that state and local governments develop transition plans for all facilities, services, and programs, and that includes right-of-way facilities. So this is a federally required plan. And we also look at state regulations. So state statute requires that any unsafe or inadequate sidewalk be repaired or replaced to city accessibility standards. And the city ordinances mirror that state statute. Also, it ties into our strategic plan alignment. So we look at connected city and our equity and inclusion commitment areas. So the 6 steps outlined in the ADA transition plan that you saw kind of throughout the very long document. First, we have our evaluation process where we actually looked at kind of all of our 400 plus miles and 6,500 curb ramps in town to actually categorize them based on condition, and then prioritize those based on what we need to do, whether it's going to be full repair or replace, depending on kind of where they are within the community. Are they in pedestrian demand areas, kind of location areas? And then select strategies. So again, is this going to be an area that we need to do a full repair or replacement to ADA accessibility standards? And then coordination, so coordinating efficiencies with other programs that are already happening in the community. That way we're kind of only in an area one time, so if we can create some efficiencies there. And then execute. This ADA transition plan is a 20-year plan that we've established for the completion of this. And then review, reevaluate the plan periodically as the city grows and changes. So our condition evaluation findings. So like I had mentioned, we did 400 plus miles of sidewalk and 6,500 curb ramps were evaluated. And as you saw in the plan, and in the work session, there's actually different categories that we defined. Least accessible being a category 1 to kind of fully accessible, category 6. So as you can see, that image on your left there of the sidewalk would be like an example of a category 2 sidewalk. And then that curb ramp that actually isn't a curb ramp, that's steps, would be a category 1 for curb ramps. So as you can see in the plan, it kind of outlines the different deficiencies that we were looking for. And from our condition findings, we found that about 30% of our sidewalks and 30% of our curb ramps met accessibility standards. So what does that mean? Well, we're looking at about 4,500 curb ramps that require either repair or replacement to ADA standards, and about 200 miles remaining of sidewalks that need some type of improvement. About 182 miles or 65% are kind of in the repair category, and 92 miles or 35% are in the full replacement category. So when we look at route prioritization, so the ADA transition plan mirrored what we do in some of our other sidewalk plans, such as the sidewalk improvement program and the Lawrence pedestrian plan, where we actually look at, we pull in pedestrian demand, so routes within a half a mile of high destination areas, schools, transit, healthcare. other government amenities, services. And then we also pull in transportation disadvantage areas where we look at things like low income, houses that have an individual with a disability living there, zero vehicle households, low income minorities. So we look at we pull all those in our route prioritization, as well as the condition assessments that we have. So from the condition assessments, the pedestrian demand, and the transportation disadvantage is how we're going to identify the routes on a 5-year cycle, kind of using this established prioritization criteria. However, I will caution that that information is always changing. Pedestrian demand can change depending on if things are moving. So if schools closes, schools open, healthcare changes locations, things like that, that can change, as well as the demographics of a neighborhood or things like that. So some of those transportation disadvantaged populations may change too based on neighborhoods and demographic issues. And then so program cost estimate assumptions. So we actually used 5 years of the sidewalk improvement data to project cost estimates. And just over 1,500 properties were repaired from 2019 to 2023, which is about 10.4 miles of sidewalks they were able to repair to safety standards. And again, the purpose of the sidewalk improvement program was to eliminate trip hazards and safety concerns, not for full ADA accessibility, but they were able to safely repair about 10.4 miles of sidewalks. During that same time frame, from 2019 to actually 2024, programs and projects outside of the sidewalk improvement program, so standalone CIP projects or other things like that that were dedicated to actually working on ADA accessibility and ADA sidewalks, they completed about 19 and a half miles of additional work happened kind of within that time frame. So just like the sidewalk improvement program, the ADA transition plan will actually use a cost partnering approach. So the residents' cost partnering on the sidewalk improvement program averaged about $660 per resident or per property. And that, again, is an average and depends, resident to resident based on kind of what they're finding in their area. And a financial aid program was available for the sidewalk improvement program, and will continue to be available for the transition plan as well. And kind of to look at this over kind of a full reconstruction project, we actually had one on an ADA block-end to block-end reconstruction project on Kentucky, where we actually applied the same principles where adjacent property owners were still only responsible for the materials and repair of the hazards that were identified adjacent to their properties, and not a percentage of the overall cost of doing a full reconstruction work. And using that model, it was about an 85% city-funded project and about a 15% resident-funded project. And when we look at kind of the 20-year timeline of the plan and some of the funding features that Angela will go into here in a minute, it ends up being about the same. So over the course of this program, the city will fund about 85% of the overall repairs and replacement, and the cost partnering with adjacent property owners will be about 15%. So.
Maybe. Doesn't want to work. Good evening.
Yeah. Hold it longer.
There we go.
Takes a second.
Too quick. So, good evening, Commission. I'm Angela Buzzard, and get to General Manager of Administration with MSO, and I've been working with Evan on this project. So I'm going to again talk about the numbers related to the transition plan, and these slides will look very familiar because we are provided them to you at the work session that we had in May. So Evan kind of talked a little bit about the assumptions that were made to come up with best estimates for estimating a 20-year horizon program, with obviously a lot of factors that are going to happen over those 20 years, but this is the best way we could give a picture of what we're looking at from a financial investment standpoint. And again, we're showing both options here. Obviously, the staff recommendation that we put forward in the plan of the cost partnering model, leveraging the conversations that we've had in development of the sidewalk improvement program and providing that equity component and allowing for some partnering from the property owners, but also then costing out what it would be without cost partnering as well. So as I said before, we're looking at about $87.7 million for those 4,500 curb ramps and 280 miles of sidewalk in various conditions of repair and replacement. So that's the same for both programs. The distinguishing factor here is the administration costs. So for us to do cost partnering, that is a lot more engagement with the property owners. There's a lot more document review and there's payment processing. So we looked at those numbers and it was about double for the administration costs for a program that includes cost partnering. So that's the difference you see there between the $7 million and $3.5 million on the administration. Design costs are typically estimated at about 10%, so that's what you'll see there in both examples. Pulling those together, you'll see the total cost of the program being about $103 million for cost partnering and just under $100 million for a city-only funded program. The big difference being $13.2 million that we've identified there is the estimate that we have over the life of the program from the residential contribution. So in total, your bottom line there is the cost to the city for the cost partnering program, a little over $90 million, and just under $100 million for a city-only funded program. So we recognize that that is not a light ask in looking at an investment of that size, but I do have some good news here in that we have been doing a lot of investing in this work in more of a piecemeal approach in different programs. Two of those identified here are in a capital improvement program, ADA sidewalk reconstruction, as well as ADA brick sidewalk program. Then we have three programs that have been a part of our operating budget for the last several years. SIP, Sidewalk Improvement Program that Evan mentioned as well as our also ADA curb ramp program and a sidewalk emergent repair program. So our recommendation, as we outlined, would be to roll all of these programs together. They're totaling just over $1.9 million, and roll those together with the additional funding I'll talk about in a minute so that we can prioritize our needs and start fixing things on a holistic approach instead of more of a piecemeal approach, more of a response method there. So if we put those numbers together, our current annual funding, just over $1.9 million, then I'll jump down to the property owner cost partner and contribution. That, again, these are annual estimates, a little over $650,000. That leaves us with a gap of what we need to come up with on an annual basis of just over $2.5 million. You roll those together, we're recommending a $5.1 million investment on an annual basis to come up with our 20-year total just over $100 million for the whole program. We realize, again, $2.5 million is a significant commitment and investment in addition to what we're doing. So through the CIP request that you will be seeing shortly, we've recommended kind of a ramp-up approach to get us to the full funding need of 25% increases over the next 4 years. So starting out with an initial additional investment of $647,000 for the 25-year and going up to a full $2.5 million in 28 and going forward from there at the full allotment. Again, just an option to consider to ramp up to that full need as we see it based on where the system of sidewalks and curb ramps currently sits. It does add a little bit of time onto the plan, obviously, because we're not full funding it starting on year one being 2025. But that is what we have provided into the CIP, and so that's what you would see as a part of the CIP consideration coming forward. But again, today, I am here talking about the finances of it, but really tonight, what we're here to ask for is the adoption of the plan itself via resolution. The funding mechanism is really a separate conversation through the CIP, but wanted to bring all that parity together for your consideration. So really, through the resolution, it's just adopting the plan as a whole that Evan and a number of people have been working on to start moving us in a direction to be able to address some of these needs more strategically and in a more comprehensive approach as we look throughout the community. So I will stop there. Evan and I are here for questions, and we also have several from our team online for questions as well.
Any questions?
Just to be clear, the ramp up, is that what's in the CIP we're looking at?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so it's optional, but it's what we've accepted. I mean, what's in the CIP?
It's optional, but it was the staff recommendation that we put in there. So
That's what I thought. I just wanted to be sure.
Could definitely be altered as a part of the CIP process, but we just made that assumption given where general funds are at, that we thought we'd start with that approach.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Angela. Could you go back to the one slide that says funding options?
Yes. There we go.
Could you explain to me, I saw the little asterisks there, the administrative costs. Could you explain that in a little bit more detail?
Yeah, absolutely. So we actually did some work. The Sidewalk Improvement Program has the cost-sharing component to it. So we really actually did some work to put hours to pen on how much staff time was working and dealing with administering a program that has that cost share component. So it's education and outreach to the property owners that the cost share is going to be there and explaining it to them. It's also reviewing financial documents to determine if they are eligible for financial assistance or not, and then it's processing their payments when they come in. I think that's the main areas that we looked at. And so in doing so, we wanted to see, we knew there was an additional administrative burden to a cost share based program. And we found out it was about double the hours for administering that interaction to process this 13.2 million that we're estimating. And so we just wanted to be transparent that there is some additional cost to that administration. But from staff's perspective, it's obviously outweighed by the additional contribution that brings in as well. So the administrative costs themselves, we're still estimating about 3.5 million, but there is some additional cost for that additional work with the property owner in the document review and processing.
Okay, thanks.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah, that's good. One more question. So a few years ago, maybe it's even a year ago, when we had similar conversations as, what sidewalks are costing the residents versus what the city's chipping in, it was about 70% then. So what caused that to go up to 85?
So reconstruction, is that what you're going to go to? No. Okay, so Evan probably has a better answer here, so in the sidewalk improvement program, we're mainly dealing with trip hazards, so we're looking at more of the repair function, whereas there's so many of the streets that need a full reconstruction. So if you look here, about 92 miles need full replacement. So we've only done the cost share with residents helping with the sidewalk trip hazards. So for the full reconstruction, it puts more of the burden on the city, and that's making our overall percentage of these repairs going up on the city because there's such a need for full reconstruction. But I'll see. Do you want to add anything to that?
That's accurate. And also even the areas that aren't full replacement. So the sidewalk improvement program, when they are actually looking at routes, so if they are expecting block in to block in, and they see that, for instance, there's more than 20% of that sidewalk needs to be repaired, they don't actually touch it. They push it off in hopes for this program. So they're actually really only addressing kind of minimal trip hazards in certain areas. So if it gets to a point where they just don't have the funding to kind of do a block end to block end, it would be pushed off to this program. So there's some additional funding considerations there too. So this, the work to provide full ADA accessibility in either repair or full block end or block end replacement is substantially higher than just a trip hazard repair program.
Okay, thank you, Evan.
Yeah, absolutely.
While you're up there, just want to make sure I understood the comment about how we're assessing the costs for the adjacent landowner or property owner for the sidewalk repair or reconstruction. So, you've got pictures of here, you've got some pavement deflection or, it's out of place. You've got, some cracks. You mentioned that you were only assessing homeowners based on damage that they should have taken care of. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, and I know Jake is online too, and he can probably explain this a little bit better on kind of what they inspect when they're out there. So the sidewalk improvement program basically looks at what does that individual property owner have adjacent to their property? So what are they responsible for? And they basically look kind of panel to panel. So kind of 5 foot by 5 foot or whatever the section is. And so if there's a hazard identified in that, that's basically one hazard that needs to be identified. So they would be charged for the materials to replace that panel, that size of panel. So whether their 5 by 5 panel had 15 deflections or one deflection, it's still one hazard that has to be repaired. So that's kind of how the sidewalk improvement program looks at kind of panel to panel or block or kind of area. And Jake, maybe you have some better.
So then we're doing the other pavement that's adjacent to it even though it's not in as poor of a condition, to your point about being more or in worse condition than the others. Are we doing that work because we're there already, or because it's basically its useful life has been exceeded, even though it's not damaged? I mean, why are we repairing pavement that's not in disrepair? I guess I'm trying to understand that part as well.
Can you explain that again? I'm sorry.
So you mentioned that we're charging the adjacent landowners for whatever pavement is in disrepair and given their percentage, whatever that be. If it's 1 square out of 15, it's 1 square. But we're repairing 15 squares or just doing that one?
In the sidewalk improvement program, they're just doing that.
Okay, but in this next program, how are we going to be doing, if we decide to do an entire block of the street, and there's 25 or 40% of it's already in disrepair or a 1 or 2, how are you deciding who's going to pay for that? Is it the same formula?
Yeah, so it's a little bit different strategy when you're looking at kind of overall ADA accessibility, because we'll be actually looking block end to block end. So we'll be looking at kind of that whole corridor, and for instance, does it meet cross slope? Does it meet the running slope? Does it meet all that? So and if it doesn't, the reconstruction already needs to happen so we can make it ADA accessible.
Mm-hmm.
So it's already going to be repaired to ADA accessible standards under a full block end to block end reconstruction. However, the adjacent property owner would only be responsible for like their panel or section that's adjacent to their property. So if they had in that section, they had 2 panels identified, those would be 2 hazards that they have to repair, and so they pay the material costs of those 2 panels that have to be repaired out of that long stretch. And they're not charged a percentage of the overall reconstruction. The additional burden is going to be on the city. That's why that investment was higher on a city standpoint.
Hey, Evan, this is Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager. I think, Vice Mayor, what you're getting at is we're not going to hold these people to different standards than we go over the sidewalk improvement program. They will still only be responsible for the existing trip hazards, not any additional improvements to bring it into ADA compliance.
Okay, cool. That's great. And then I guess I get it now. Since you're doing these curb improvements on each edge, you're trying to make sure the surface in between meets code, because why do the curbs if the area in between doesn't meet the ability to get through if you're have some sort of ambulatory issue?
Exactly. And in ADA curb ramps have never been included in any, so they are never a responsibility of the adjacent property owner. So the city has always done ADA curb ramps, whether it's, when they're coming in to do a block end to block end. Residents don't ever pay anything. But yeah, it's basically overall holistically, what is that block end to block end? What does it look like? What's the slope? What's the cross slope? What's the overall accessibility? And one of the things is why we mentioned the sidewalk improvement program is it's a great program to fix safety and trip hazards, but it's not, you may come in and fix all the trip hazards, but you didn't look at it block end to block end and holistically. One, because the funding just isn't there, and that's not the design of the program, but they weren't looking at, was the overall slope, cross slope of the sidewalk, was it less than 2%? Was the running slope 5%? One, just because they didn't have the budget, and that's not what the program was intended for. It was really intended for safety.
Got it. Thank you.
I might also add that when the sidewalk repairs occur, that property owners are not responsible if the disrepair was caused by a street tree root or a utility line. And so that's 100% covered by the city.
Okay. Any additional questions? If not, I will open this up for public comment in the room. Not seeing any. Any on Zoom?
Romero Murray.
Hi, yeah, I might have misunderstood. Is this public comment for all city business for this meeting or just for the sidewalk?
Just for the agenda item.
For this particular agenda item,
yeah.
not the other. Then never mind, sorry.
It's okay.
I'm not seeing any, Mayor.
Okay. Is it related to this agenda item?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
cool.
I am curious, looking at the pictures, like it showed, like the brick streets, is there a proposal how this would be handled in the historic district of the city? Like, would the replacement material be bricks, if it was bricks, but that were laid in an ADA compliant manner?
Okay, let me go ahead and close out public comment. I don't think we have any additional. All right, and bringing it back to us, and I don't know if we need to go through the rigmarole. You guys have heard the question. If you can go ahead and answer the question.
Yeah, so currently there is a brick sidewalk and street policy in draft development. So that's one of the items that this committee was actually tasked with, is what does that look like when we're doing repair replacement to brick sidewalks, particularly in historic areas that fall within some of our overlay districts and things like that. So they're still kind of in the process and setting guidelines and what that looks like moving forward. But whatever that policy work comes out of that will be incorporated in the ADA transition plan, and will follow kind of whatever the subcommittee and committee brings to the city commission. And I know Cece is online too, and she's kind of heading up the brick policy effort. So if she wants to share anything kind of on timelines or any other expectations, she's more than willing.
Sure, go ahead, Cece.
Perfect. If you have any specific questions about the brick streets and sidewalks policy, I'm happy to answer. But as Evan said, it's currently in the process. I believe our next meeting is with Historic Resources Commission, where we'll get their feedback, and then we're currently proposed to go before the City Commission in September. But to the question that was asked earlier during public comment, the policy currently says that the property owners in certain areas will have the choice whether they would like to go back with brick or with concrete. And so allowing property owners to choose may mean that some folks with concrete sidewalk that is in disrepair and not meeting ADA compliance will go back in brick, and some brick sidewalks not meeting may go back in concrete.
Okay. All right. Any additional comments from the commission?
I just want to make sure I understood. In approving this, we talked about funding. We're not necessarily kind of honing in on any specific commitment in the future, but the plan in general is kind of moving forward. I'm going to clarify that.
This is just regarding the resolution. The funding and will be tied to the CIP, and that's something we'll be discussing in the future.
Awesome.
All right. With that,
I just say I appreciate all the work on it from you and the entire committee, and like I said, the funding is always the fun part, but it's an important project, and looking forward to it. So with that, I move to adopt resolution number 7545.
Second that.
have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And so I'm here 5-0. What's that? Yeah, so we're good to go on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you all for the presentation. Really appreciate it. And as I said before, since it looks like we have the delegation from Tocopilla here, I would like to go ahead and see if we can recognize them. I guess you're up, Bill, or?
Well, Mayor, without repeating my address, we'd like you to welcome our honored guests from Chile, from the U.S. Department of Energy and the laboratories who are here this week to discuss net zero emissions in Lawrence, Kansas with us, and to sign a formal sister city agreement between Lawrence, Kansas and Tocopilla, Chile on Thursday morning, I believe in this very room. So we look forward to that and to their visit. Please welcome our guests.
I would like to formally welcome. Thank you all for being here, and I would like to formally welcome you to the great city of Lawrence, Kansas, and we look forward to working together and our sister city relationship for a very long time. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, this is Rob Warner with the Department of Energy, and he'd like to say a few words.
Mayor, Commission, I'm here representing the U.S. government and the Department of Energy. The Net Zero World Initiative is a flagship initiative of our government to work on reducing global emissions. Chile is an integral partner country, and I'd like to extend our thanks to you for establishing this sister city relationship. We think it's going to be incredibly beneficial to our friend, the Republic of Chile, and we also hope to us. This information exchange lies at the heart of the technical assistance that we provide and the ongoing friendship between our countries. So thank you very much for hosting us this week.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
Thursday morning.
Yes, yeah, definitely. See you Thursday morning.
May I please, I'd like to have each one of the delegates say their name and.
Sure.
So,
Hello, Claudia Rosales, Engie Energía Chile.
Hola, Milovan Troncoso, estudiante de Ingeniería Civil Eléctrica, Universidad de Antofagasta.
Verónica Campos, encargada del Departamento de Medio Ambiente de la Municipalidad de Tocopilla. Dafne Pino Rifo, secretaria ministerial regional de energía en la región de Antofagasta.
Norma Tejada Palacios, profesora jubilada.
Hola, Carolina Gómez del Ministerio de Energía de Chile.
Buenas tardes, Celine Polanco, funcionaria de la Secretaría Regional Ministerial de Energía Antofagasta.
Hola, buenas tardes. Miguel Álvarez, representante de los trabajadores de la Central Termoeléctrica de Tocopilla y trabajador de Central Termoeléctrica de AES Andes.
Hello, nice to meet you. Thank you for having us. My name is Loretta Lancelotti. I work in the International Affairs Office of the Ministry of Energy in Chile.
Hello, thanks for having us here. My name is Jorge Raonal Arabaj. I am professor at the University of Antofagasta and my work is related to energy development.
Hola, soy David Galás Mandakovic, profesor de la Universidad Católica del Norte, Antofagasta.
Hello, I'm Natalie Kemke. I'm at the U.S. Department of Energy in Washington, D.C., and I'm a Chile lead in all the terrains.
Hello, I'm Julie Doherty Kowalski. I'm with the U.S. Department of Energy's Argonne National Laboratory.
My name is Ricardo Bracho from the U.S. National Renewable Energy Laboratory in Golden, Colorado.
I'm Sarah Lichtenberg-Caston. I'm with Argonne National Lab, and I'm honored to participate and support Lawrence Sister City as a current lead of Friends of Tocopilla, and thankful for all the support of the Commission and the Board and all of my colleagues. So thank you.
It's total.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
Thank you so much.
Mayor, they'd like to get a picture if they could.
Come on here.
If they could stand like right here and get a picture with the commissioner.
Yeah.
That'd be okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
So we stand here?
No,
and we
you
have
stand right here.
Ah, okay.
Yep.
Move that chair.
How do you want us? You want to sit down, I guess? Sit down?
You want to come down behind them?
Did you?
Sometimes they'll stand right here.
Yeah, they can stand right here.
Stand
yeah,
right
yeah.
here.
Yeah, that way. I think we might have to stand up.
Yeah, definitely.
See?
Come closer.
Unless you got a wide angle lens.
We're coming in together.
Okay, smaller.
That's all right. We're tall enough.
We're tall.
One, two.
I can share with you guys too. Oh, wait. Thank you. Thank you. Lovely to meet you.
Oh, yeah, I'll share with you.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
I'll see you on Thursday.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Great to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Thank you. Mayor, can I say something real quick?
Sure.
So I would like to thank Sarah. Sarah's out there. She approached me, is it 2 years ago or a year and a half ago? Yeah, and started talking about this particular relationship, and she's the one who really got the ball started on this. So I really appreciate your work on this, and to see it come to reality is very nice. Thank you.
I wanted to say that you were one of the first elected leaders, and we spent about an hour at the coffee shop, and you opened up at your phone and said, talk to this person, talk to this person. So it's about a little less than a year later that, like, the honor to be before everyone and the support of the team, but also, like, the community. I deeply appreciate it, and I appreciate getting to know my own neighbors that I never knew before.
That's
so
great.
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great.
Thank you, Bob. Give everybody a little bit to go ahead and exit. All right. Okay, I'll get us going to agenda item 2. Consider notifying Douglas County of the intent of the governing body to propose a tax rate of 38.907 mils, which exceeds the revenue neutral rate as defined by the state law for the 2025 budget, and schedule both the public hearing to exceed the revenue neutral rate and the 2025 budget hearing on Tuesday, August 20th, 2024 at 5:45 p.m. in the City Commission Room, first floor of City Hall, for the purpose of hearing and answering objections of taxpayers related to exceeding the revenue neutral rate and the amount of ad valorem tax and the proposed use of all funds. All right.
Good evening. That was an incredibly kind and gracious act that I hope to follow with the good news about the budget. But good evening. My name is Rochelle Matthews. I'm the finance director, and I'd like to start this presentation about talking about the revenue neutral rate and the process we must follow. So let's start off with what is the revenue neutral rate. So in plain terms, it's the mill levy required to raise the same amount of property tax as the prior year while using the updated current assessed valuation totals. We receive our assessed valuation updated totals and the revenue neutral rate from our partners with Douglas County. So for this year, the revenue neutral rate for the 2025 budget is the 30.766 mils. For comparison, our current mill rate is the 33.207, and tonight's proposed maximum mill rate is the 38.907. So let's take a look at how this breaks down. You'll see on the screen here an overview of our current tax rate and how the mill levy is applied, as well as the proposed maximum. I would like to reiterate that tonight we are talking about the maximum authorized limit The commission does have the authority to lower that in the future, but you cannot exceed the number that is set when we send notice of the public hearing. This is the number that will go to Douglas County and go out in communication to taxpayers for the revenue neutral hearing. So what does that process look like? We are required to notify the county on or before July 20th if we intend to hold a public hearing to exceed revenue neutral. That notice has to include a statement of our intent to do so, the date, the time, the location, and that proposed tax rate that we're talking about tonight. So if we are exceeding revenue neutral, a city has to hold a revenue neutral rate hearing, which we are setting for August 20th in our case. This is in addition to the standard budget hearing. Both can be held at the same time, but they are both required. The state requires us that the revenue neutral hearing has to occur between August 20th and September 20th, and our budget must be final and certified by October 1st. So for an example, we have included an image of the type of information that's going to be included in the notice to taxpayers about the revenue neutral rate and how that breaks out in funds. So next, to follow up from our July 9th presentation, I'll ask Allie to come up here and elaborate.
Good evening, Commission. Alan Porter, the Budget Manager. As a follow-up to our meeting last week, we have put together some additional scenarios at request, so we have 3 in front of you this evening. This first one here is very close to what you saw in regards to the estimated maximum of 5.7. So this restores 4-person staffing at LDCFM while cross-staffing Engine 5, Ladder 5, and has 2 expansion stations. LDCFM maintain their command structure and add 1 deputy chief. So as part of our base budget, i.e. our flat mill levy budget, that did not support our current command structure at LDCFM. So in order to have that, we need some additional dollars, as well as that 1 deputy chief instead of the 2 deputy chiefs, HR analysts and budget analysts that were shown in the previous version. For police, retaining some support staffing levels at 0.29 mils. And then finally, not utilizing one-time measures for vehicles and needed equipment. To reiterate some of the things that I said last week, that base budget, again, flat mill levy budget, would require us to take a certain amount of dollars from the general fund, move them into a separate fund for vehicles and needed equipment. We could do that one time, but once those dollars are spent, they're gone. There's no revenue coming into there. So we'll find ourselves right back to where we are tonight. So in order to have that long-term sustainability, that has the 0.75 mils component in this option. Second scenario that we were asked to look at was to maintain the current service levels at LDCFM without a tax increase, and that's approximately $2.2 million. Without getting into specifics, there obviously are a number of areas and programs that you see before you where those dollars would have to be made up. And then again for this evening, a third scenario that we're showing is one that does not include expansion stations, but does restore 4-person staffing at LDCFM. And then it adds an additional medic unit. Those other components that you see are the same, other than this last item that has rebuild reserves at 0.78 mils. I'm going to do my best not to sound overly wonky when I describe this here, but the reason that we are separating this out is we, as part of the expansion station proposal, we have a total mill increase that we would show despite some of those positions not being added to our staff for several years. So we would use some of that funding. 1, those positions are going to cost more in the future, but then 2, we could utilize that difference to rebuild our reserves as part of the expansion station proposals. If we are not having expansion stations, we don't have that difference. And so you see a separate line item here in front of you, again, to build up our reserves and have that long-term sustainability going forward. And that is estimated at 3.3 mils. So next steps, as Rochelle has outlined, we are proposing August 20th as our revenue neutral rate public hearing, as well as a 2025 budget hearing. And then Balancing Act is currently open. It's open until the end of the month. The link is in front of you, but also on the front of our webpage, lawrencekansas.org. So you can see it right when you get on our opening page.
Okay,
And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
thank you. Any questions?
I got a question, Mayor.
Sure.
Can you remind me what, how much 1 mil is? Is it over $1 million?
Yes, it
1.5?
is 1.52, but again, because we factor in a 2% delinquency, we use about 1.49.
Thank you.
I have a question about a couple of these scenarios with restoring the four-person and the cost staffing. Do you have the total number of, I know we have 150, employees, total count. I think that's what I heard last week. And that this would, under the three-man proposal, we dropped to 141. Do you have the total numbers in each of these scenarios, the total employee count in each of these scenarios?
We do. I don't know if Chief has them off the top of his head, or Mackenzie.
I'm not deciding it tonight, but I just.
Oops, wrong way. Good evening, Fire Chief Rich Llewellyn, Lawrence Douglas County Fire Medical, and I believe your question was total employee count, not just in operations. Is that accurate?
Well, what's the 150? I know we staffed up to 150. What is that, operational count?
The 150 is currently our employees assigned to operations.
Okay. And I think under the proposal we saw last week, it dropped it to 141 for next year?
That is correct.
Okay, so when it says restore four-person cross-staff, what number is that? Somewhere between 141 and 150, but I'm not sure what that number is.
That's still going to be 150 in operations,
Still be 150?
is my understanding.
Okay. And if an additional medic unit, I saw that on one of the, is that an addition to the 150, or is that still 150 just signed separate, differently?
I believe in that scenario, and I was on vacation as soon as the meeting left, and I got back this morning at 2 a.m. So,
Oh, okay.
but
I will hold you to it.
yeah, in that scenario, I believe the apparatus at Station 5 would be upstaffed to 4. Currently, there's an engine assigned to Station 5 that has 4-person minimum staffing, and a ladder assigned to Station 5 that has 4-person minimum. And I believe in that scenario, there would be one company assigned to Station 5 with 4-person minimum staffing, and whether they cross-staffed Engine 5 and Ladder 5 or just staffed one single apparatus, there would be a 4-person crew there. And then the other 2 people, if you will, that would be reassigned off of that other company would be assigned to a medic unit.
Okay. Just trying to get that in my mind. Okay. Thank you. I'm sure I'll have follow-up.
Any additional questions? All right, I'm not seeing any. Okay, I will open it up to public comment.
You don't need my name or zip code, and you can't ask for that. So before we go any further, I think it's due upon somebody up there to have Mr. Llewellyn come up and explain something that we heard last week. And this is not about you, Chief, but we need to hear about this $2.5 million that they had through a contract. And we need to hear why that man over there thinks that we missed that. Because it seems to me you have $2.2 million up there that you need to maintain staffing, and they added that money. That's what I heard. But now you're going to do a sleight of hand and take it away from us. And I'll give you the other 2 minutes. Ask him. Have him come up and explain that, please.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Hello, my name's Eric Lynch. I'm on the executive board of Local 1596, and I represent the firefighters here in Lawrence. I'm here to talk about the proposed mill increase and kind of everything that it revolves around, specifically around reduced minimum staffing, reduced safety, everything that we talked about last week. So you 5 commissioners have a difficult job. I don't think anybody in this room would disagree that what you guys do is difficult and the decisions you have to make are difficult. However, when it comes to public safety and the safety of our citizens, it's not a difficult question to answer. It's a fairly easy one, and you have to prioritize it. So just real quick, I want to talk a little bit about the members that I represent. These are some of the smartest, most empathetic, hardworking individuals that I know, both personally and professionally. And they deserve, and their families deserve, to feel safe and confident when they're at work, and especially when they're responding to these high-stress scenarios, that when they get off the fire truck, they have people behind them, the right amount of people behind them, to do work safely and efficiently. They deserve that, their families deserve that, and our citizens deserve that. So no matter how it gets done, whether it's through a mill increase or not, you 5 have to make the right decision. No matter how it gets done, you have to make the right decision. And that decision is to support public safety and the safety of our firefighters and the safety of the public. Thanks.
Lisa, did I hear you correctly that you needed to explain what a mill was? So
No, that's
last
not true.
week, excuse me, last week you all had a meeting on this. It was the main focus of the meeting. And so between last week and this week, I guess I would just expect each of you to come in with that just basic understanding of that. Now, that's not asking too much, I wouldn't say. It shows, are you even thinking about this from week to week, to even shoot off an email to ask that elementary question? That was your question of all questions to ask? Was something so simple that you could have found out and been prepared before you came here to know that? I mean, it just shows how unserious you are at this. This is a serious issue, and that's your question?
All right, any comments on Zoom regarding this agenda item? I want to clarify.
J. Dino. J. Dino.
Let's give him a chance and see if we can go to the next person.
That's the only person.
Okay.
J. Dino.
Yeah, I might have to call it. It's been a little bit. All right, I'm going to go ahead and bring it back to us. All right, and bringing it back to the commission for any comments, any questions?
I guess I would start and say, I mean, on one hand, this is certainly the maximum, you know, that we can't go higher than whatever we set tonight. And so on one hand, I think we need to give ourselves some flexibility as we continue to work through the budget here in the next month until August 20th. On the other hand, I don't feel great about sending out a really high number to the public if it's not something we would consider. So I would probably be more comfortable getting back in either the 3.5 mil increase or even a little less to send that out, but open to discussion on that.
Well, I agree on the beginning that, the maximum gives us flexibility to go ahead and work, at least down. And I know that I would like us to at least, I know it is a big number, at least go up to the 5 to give us that flexibility so that if possible, we could possibly, might not necessarily be 2 stations, but we could figure out something going down that would be more amenable. But at least it gives us that chance before exiting that chance now. Any further?
Did you say, I want to make sure, so 5, when you're saying 5?
Yeah, I was saying 5, the 5 points.
5.0 mill levy increase? Is that what you said?
Yeah, the original number.
Yeah.
That's what that would be.
Yeah.
38.907.
And just to be clear, that's really 5 point something.
Yeah, 5 point something.
5.7.
Yeah.
5.7, not 5.
Yes, clear. Commissioner Sellers, you seem like you're pondering. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I could support, I won't support 5 mil for sure. I think that that's such a significant jump. It's almost a 15% increase in our mill levy. And I just think we need to look harder at this budget. And I know staff has done a very thorough job of going through it. The Chief Llewellyn, I appreciate the work you've done on it and to try to find ways to cut as well as, become more efficient. But the community, I just don't think can handle 5 mil increase. And I'm concerned if we say that's the max we're going to do, no disrespect to any commissioners, but I would say this for any commission, that I wouldn't trust the commission to not use that whole amount. It's just politically, you just get into a situation where, folks are upset and they want what they want. I cannot support a 5 mil levy. I can't.
Yeah, same here.
All right.
Allie, I got a quick question. Can you remind me if the special session, did the property tax exemption, did that pass in the special session bill? I know that there was talk about doing a property tax exemption, or I thought there was a bill that, or am I just imagining? I thought there was a property tax bill that came either out of the last part of the session or during the special session. Do we know?
I would have to look to confirm, but I don't believe so.
If we can look, I feel like the legislature either right before veto, or it was either during veto session. I don't think it was. I know it wasn't special session because I think something was supposed to be introduced, but we had the little backdoor dealing that was done that kind of put the kibosh on that. So if we could look to see if there was anything related to property tax exemption. I know there was Social Security. That's not sequitur here with that. So I don't know with that. As far as tonight, we had 2 particular tones that came out of last week's meeting as far as what 2 particular commissioners wanted to see as far as scenarios prior to us deciding on whether or not we would remain revenue neutral or we would exceed that prior to making a decision in September as far as our budget. I know that the point of today's meeting, today's agenda item is to decide whether or not we're going to go over revenue neutral. We decided on a mill number so that we would not exceed that, because we cannot exceed that. We can always go down. I think it would be insulting for us to say, or even for myself to say, that I would think that any of my fellow commissioners would take advantage of that. That negates the whole idea of the commitment of sound fiscal stewardship. I do believe that the commissioners who said what they said about what they wanted out of this budget were very sincere about that. Maybe we need a little bit more homework to figure out as far as the mill, which I do appreciate the mill breakdown, Ally and Rochelle, about what that looks like and collectively, because that's what we needed. And I think this gives not only just the commission, but it also gives the community a point blank, this is what the breakdown looks like. What is it that, not necessarily that you value, but what is it as far as being sound and fiscal do we want to, that we need to take in, or do we need to leave out? And that's what we're being faced with right now. We have continued conversations that we need to go into with the county that Commissioner Finkel brought up last week, as we know that this is a cost share that we have with the county. We have other aspects of the budget we need to look into. We had a commissioner bring up not wanting to exceed it and staying flat, and what 2.2 looks like, which is roughly a little over 2 mills. So where 2 mills are we going to take away out of essentially our, unmistakable identity, connected city, and safe and secure? Those are our three biggest outcomes that we would need to take these funds from. So I'm always the person that I hate that when, and I say hate, I hate it when we shorten the leash on ourselves before we even get to the end result, or we find some way to preempt the process to make the process even harder for ourselves before we even get to the process. Okay, I don't want us to get anywhere near 38. What was he at? 38.907. My hope is that once we continue and we finish our asset management, and in maybe 2 or 3 years, we can be on the back end of staying flat, or even taking 1 or 2 mills off and reducing that. But I don't see us, I think it's preposterous for us as commissioners to sit up here and say, I'm not comfortable with that number when we don't know what that number is. We still don't know what that number can be. And not unless someone is willing to say right now, I want this, 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 and we need to look at cutting in other places, then we do ourselves a disservice by saying, I want it to be a lower number, but I don't know. We have until September to figure this out. Don't preempt us. Don't preempt yourself in doing the work and working with staff to figure out where we need to continue to make cuts. Leave it at 38.907. Yes, it is sticker shock. I get it. But we're not, the goal is to not get to stay at that point. The goal is to get somewhere lower. And if that is your goal as a commissioner, then we need to do the work to figure that out. But don't cut us short and say, let's leave it at, I don't want to do anything that high. And then we really put ourselves under the gun. We really put staff under the gun. Let's look at it with a full deck of cards, not with a half a deck of cards. So I'm of the mind to keep it at 38, because that allows us to look at it holistically, instead of putting ourselves behind, putting ourselves in a predicament where the decisions are going to be more strenuous than they necessarily have to be. And it requires us it will really require us as commissioners to start thinking about this collectively. Because I don't think any of us would take advantage of our community like that. So I would like to keep it at 38 just for the sake of the argument, knowing that we can go down. That's the mechanism we have at our disposal. So let's not preempt ourselves and do something in haste, because we still have time to figure it out.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I think that is the compelling argument to use the bigger number, and I appreciate that. And I guess I would say, I certainly appreciate, we have a lot of work left to do. When Craig and the chief and all the heads of all the departments have to come together, to make their budget, they have certain restraints on that. We have a CIP that says we're going to build 2 new stations. We have a reserve policy that says you're going to keep that much in reserves. They have to come to us with a budget that meets all those things.
Yeah.
But there's something that the 5 of us can change. We can change having 2 new stations. We can change our reserve policy. We can make decisions that change that Craig and his staff will constrain by when they start to look at the entire budget. And so obviously that's what we get the big bucks for, right? But I guess, so I mean, there are some things, I still, those things I want to look at, those things I saw today, that 3.3 chart, I start looking at some of those ways that we can bring back 4 and 3, which is something I support. The 4 on a truck, I support that. But I see some ways on some of those other charts, some flexibility that we would have. And I guess, again, the only counter argument is that I'm not saying we're preempting ourselves, but I guess the flip side is I don't see myself, and Commissioner Sellers, you kind of said the same thing, you don't see yourself supporting the full 5.
Right.
You feel like we should have it out there just in case. I guess the counter argument is, if we're not going to support the full 5, let's give staff and the public something to work with that's not that number, so they all know what we're working from. And I guess that's my counter argument, that I would bring it back to something like the 3 or the 3.5 and use that as the baseline as we continue to work through it. I hear your argument. It's a good one. That's my counter argument.
No, and I don't disagree. I think it could be a matter of the statement that, I would like to see us get somewhere near 3.6, 3.7. I'm not fully supportive of the 5.7. But it's either way,
I would agree. I mean, what Commissioner Sellers said, at least gives us the opportunity. It gives us the chance to go ahead and dive deeper and work a little bit more to find exactly what number exactly we want to get to. Because I agree, I don't think we'll stay at the 5.65. I definitely could see that number changing. But
with that being said, if 5.7 is not the goal, then I guess I would put a little bit of the work back on you, Commissioner Finkelstein, then what would be the number? Because I'm hearing 3.3, so then do we just say 3.3 or we say 3.7, which then puts us at a little bit under where we're currently at?
Yeah, I mean, when I look at, some of those additional components, on page 40 of our handout about the 0.72 mils to restore the 4-person,
Yeah.
considering the medic unit, considering some of those other changes, I'm not sure I'm as convinced we need the last 2 on the one-time measures and rebuilding the reserves, but I am interested in looking and continuing to study the Parks and Rec. I know there's going to be some stuff with the special rec tax, but there might be some work we want to do with rec. But, when I look at that, I see something less than 3.3 mils being something I could support, or, so then I guess that's kind of where my starting point was on saying I just don't see myself getting to the 5.6, so maybe we be at the 3.5, which was Craig's original recommendation for different reasons, but, I'd feel more comfortable putting that out there to be what we work from, like a 3.5 or something. Again, I think we might be able to get less than that, but, again, leaving us some flexibility.
And that would be just restoring the 4-person cross staff at existing stations, no additional, granted.
Yeah, I mean, again, we can get into this as we get into
Right.
the August 20th. I think I'm of the position that we need new fire stations. but we need to do it in conjunction with the county. I think we need to do it in conjunction with the county as part of the new funding model. I think they need to be at the table with us. I mean, the agreement's kind of friendly to us, kind of at the moment, where we can say whatever we want, and they, by agreement, have to write us 36% of the check. But that's not really the best way to govern. I mean, the best way to govern is say, hey, as two bodies, which, what do we see the staffing model to be? What do we see? Do we need more paramedic units? When do we build Station 6, which I believe we need to do, but when do we do that? How do we do that? And how does the funding model fund that? So to me, I think for the 2025 budget, we do not fund Station 6. But I think we go into it and immediately start working with the county to start figuring out in the 2026 budget, and as we work through the new funding model in 2026, what does that look like? What does it fund? How can we all work together on that? So those are the sorts of things I'm thinking about. I think there's still some questions, again, we have to work through about the alcohol tax fund, what we can exactly use the special rec fund on, and some other questions to work through, but I see, looking at that chart on page 40, something 3.3 or less that we can work with. But I'm willing to say 3.5 to give us a little more room, and I just don't feel good about the 5.7 myself.
I have a couple questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
The rebuild reserves, 0.78 mils that you proposed, can you touch on what those reserves are going to go towards?
So those reserves would be in the general fund to rebuild our balances back to our policy minimum requirements that match.
So for which exact, so the general fund?
The general fund,
Okay,
yes, sir.
Very good. So that would not be restricted in any way other than
In the general
whatever
fund
is
itself.
acceptable through our general fund spending?
Correct.
Okay. And then question about the Douglas County contribution came up last week and this week. Can you kind of touch on how we're getting our money from partner? Brad brought up 35%. What is their cost share? I don't quite understand that, but how does that cost figure into future expenditures, example, even just for next year? And to Commissioner Finkeldij's point, making decisions, essentially they're a partner, but, they're a minority partner. So I'm just trying to understand that.
I'll take a shot, Vice Mayor. I think your question is, how does the county funding work?
Well, so how does the money pass through into the city's coffers?
So right now we have an agreement with Douglas County to, we provide EMS service countywide, and we have kind of three buckets. We have a bucket of expenditures that the city pays for. That's the fire bucket, if we want to think about it like that, because that provides fire service just in the city of Lawrence. Mm-hmm. Then there's the county bucket, where they pay 100% of the cost of things that are just EMS related. And then there's a shared service bucket that is handles those things that are both fire and EMS related that are cover the county. So they're not evenly distributed over those three buckets, but then of that shared portion, there is a percentage. And I never get the exact decimals correct, so I'm looking over to Mackenzie and Chief to help me, but it's around 36%.
Okay.
But,
is that getting at your question?
Yeah, and so
but I was going to say, but it's not like if we said we want, a new medic unit. We can't just say, county, you pay for it because it's medic. We have to pay for it under this current agreement, and we get 36% back, but we have to pay it. Now, under the new agreement, they would have to end up funding that under our theoretical model, but we can't just tell them, hey, hire 5 more medics, and we're not going to pay anything.
If we change the funding model, that would be correct.
That's what I'm saying. So we're working towards a new funding model in 26. We've had an agreement that goes to 25, correct?
Although I think one thing I would say is that I don't think it's as simple as if it's an EMS, if it's an ambulance, the county pays for it. And I think that the staffing model plays into that too.
And that's my point. My point is we need to get together, as we were talking about expansion number 6 and 7 eventually, but 6, and have that conversation and how the whole model works and what the county pays for and what we pay for. And, if there's an additional medic unit, is that more important than, and how does that lay out and what's important to the county and what are they willing to pay for? So that's what I'm saying. I think trying to make that decision now without that agreement is, we've been heading in that direction. We've directed staff to head in that direction. I'm saying we direct staff to pull back on that and re-engage with the county, not in the 25 budget, but getting ready for the 26 budget.
Right, but all those funds that are directly attributed to those 3 buckets all get put back into the fire and medical budget?
They get put into the general fund.
Into the general fund?
Yes.
Okay. And then, is there any way for us to, in the current conversations with the county, I guess the last question is, do we have an agreement on facilities and infrastructure and hard costs like this? I don't know if there's a future in that, but it's something I want to make sure I understand before we make any commitments.
Sure. So a little bit of history, more recent history, is a longer history of the combination of these two. It used to be a separate system many years ago. Only 3 years ago, we struck an agreement to update the agreement and how we operate. Mm-hmm. It's due to be renewed now, and that was one of the things we put in the place was we have to do this every once in a while to renew the agreement. So yes, it contemplates everything we could think of that has to do with this working relationship we have, including facilities. So it's just like the 3 buckets, it's also, it encompasses capital improvements and stations.
So anyway, I know we'll have a lot more to talk about and think about as we get to the August 20th, but I guess that's where I'm leaning towards, and taking those out, keeping the 4, and then the question is, what, if anything else, do we add back in? I think, some of these possibilities are there, and I think that's where the discussion will be.
And on that 3.3, was there any detail you can give us regarding any other staff besides fire and med or police? What would happen to Parks and Rec?
So as part of the city manager's recommended budget, 3 vacant positions in the parks budget were eliminated. Okay. And those are still, that reduction still stands as it is today.
Okay. Any other departments as well? I couldn't quite recall. I'm sorry, I'm putting you on the spot out.
City manager's office.
Yeah, okay.
And I believe city attorney's office also.
Yes, yeah. The only thing I'll add while I'm up here is if there is an attachment to this 3.3 proposal that, as Chief said, I wasn't going to point out, he was out when we were developing these, so they are estimates, and we would very much appreciate the opportunity to go over everything with him in more detail. So we feel pretty good about these numbers, but obviously they are still estimates at this point.
Okay. And what was the number you said before, Brad, or Commissioner Finkeldine?
Again, I'm always trying to look for compromise here.
Yeah.
I think we could go with the 3.5, which is the number that's been out there, and that'd be 36.707 I look at that and I think it could be something less than that, but I'm okay giving us some flexibility if I guess I'd rather be there than the 5.7. And that's what what they received the notification on.
Yeah, I don't know. I struggle with it because not necessarily the 5.65, but somewhere in the middle of those two would give us that wiggle room if we didn't necessarily want to go to 2 stations and wanted to go to 1, and to figure that out with a little bit more flexibility. But and not only that, but just any sort of scenario where we can go ahead and retain or our staff levels as much as possible for departments across the field. So.
Mayor, I was just going to say, you'll get that number once I think commissioners are able to articulate what exactly they're wanting that mill to reflect. So if I'm a commissioner that says I want the mill to be 3.3, then I say I want the mill to be 3.3 because it reflects X, Y, and Z.
Yep.
If I say I want the mill to be 5.65, I want the mill to be 5.65 because it reflects these components. So I don't think you're going to get consensus tonight for us to vote on something until we hear from everyone. I want it to be this number because it reflects these things that I believe that we need staff to focus on bringing back to us.
Right.
So you kind of shared a little bit. Sounds like you want a number in between 3.3 and 5.6. I said keep it as it is because then that gives us the full deck of cards. Commissioner Finkeldie said 3.5. That's 2, and that's 2.7 out of 5.
Yeah. Yes. And Ally, this has to be done and good by what is it? What's the date?
20th.
July 20th. All right.
Today.
Yes, today. So we have to decide today.
Yeah.
So,
Commissioner Devo, Commissioner
yes.
Lawson, Vice Mayor Devo, what?
I think it's important. I appreciate all your comments. I really want to make sure you understand I'm not trying to be difficult. I just want to make sure we clearly understand that when you set a number, and we all understand we can't increase it, but decreasing it is very hard. And although we all have great intentions, I hope that we, want to look at inwardly and figure out how we got to the point where we're not able to live within the budget that we have, which includes property tax increases at record amounts. And even though we fell short on sales tax, we still have a robust economy, and yet we still couldn't manage to balance this budget. So I don't really know if my input's going to be helpful. I really want to see us look inwardly and try to figure out how we can manage within the current budget. So I'm going to leave it to you guys to try to hash out the details. I'm going to be supportive any way I can, but I'd like to be able to draft out how I would change that. Unfortunately, that wasn't the job I was given, but I'd like to try and see us reel this in because this is a lot. It's more than I think is reasonable to ask for people right now.
I would echo that. I think continue to take a close look at the budget. I'm meeting with some of the staff next couple of weeks to go over it in detail. Some areas I've looked at that are possibilities, but I think they would, elicit quite a bit of comment. We're cutting labor through Parks and Recs. They've done a good job of going through theirs with a fine-tooth comb. So we're cutting labor, so that means we're cutting services. And I'm getting a lot of feedback about those services, that folks want these services. But you can't have both. Something's got to give. In the past couple of years, we've tried to cut various programs, and we've got a significant feedback from the community on it, and we turned it around and said, no, we won't cut those. So something has to give somewhere. there has to be cuts somewhere in order to if you want to maintain just the budget as it is now, with the flat mill levy. And we have to decide as a community, what are those values that we want to continue to put forth, and how can we fit it within our budget? Some things may have to go away, just may have to. And those are some items I'm looking at through the budget, and look at different ways to do. I mean, with the fire stations, obviously we do need fire stations, but are we building them for addressing the medical calls we're getting versus fire calls? Or are we still building the same type of fire station as we did 20, 30 years ago? There's a lot of models out there now with fire stations that are using smaller vehicles, less staffing for those vehicles. And from what I've read, they've been successful. Now, obviously, I'm not an expert in that, but have we looked at outside the box and how we're deciding to build these fire stations, given the massive increase in the number of medical calls we continue to get? I just think there's better ways we need to look at, because they're out there, and I've been reading about them. And it would be nice to know, are we building fire stations that reflect our needs today, or are we building it based on what we knew 20 years ago? I don't, that's something that I'm more than happy to speak with the chief about.
I don't know if we got the questions for you, Ally, so I'm sorry about that. But I will say this, two things. There was one thing before Jeremy left that I really pushed him on, because I've been very intrigued with the revenue neutral rate since I've been on the commission, because something just did not feel right about it in the way that it was rushed through the legislature and how it was rushed through, knowing that there was no intent to bring back the ad valorem tax that was done on the county level because of the distrust between the legislature and the county, that they were actually using the funds to do what needed to be done. What Jeremy always stressed was that, unfortunately, the revenue neutral rate and how it was designed was based on consumer price index, which is not what a municipal uses to look at government inflation. He talked about the municipal cost index. And so we're continuing to use a flawed system. And so the idea is that as a cultural colloquialism, today's price is not yesterday's price. So no matter how we swing it, we talk about it, what we talk about yesterday is never going to be, the price of yesterday will never be the price of tomorrow. It's just not. Blame capitalism, I don't know, blame somebody. It's just not going to be there. Likewise, we take taxes, and the amount and a percentage of that tax is given back to us on 3 different levels. It doesn't come back to us fully. So when you have a community that wants things, that says, I want my community to have X, Y, and Z, we have to understand, is the money that we're taking in covering X, Y, and Z? And if it's not, then that's what the point is, to subsidize it. There has to be a way either to subsidize it or you cut it. That's where we come in to make those decisions. So the idea of where we're at, and because of the advent of this revenue neutral rate that drives communities insane, because now it's like this idea that it's supposed to create transparency where there was already transparency. No municipality is trying to hide money from its community. Today's price is not yesterday's price. So revenue neutral will never exist unless a community, a municipality, continues to cut something from its budget each year to make that point. So it is wrong of us as commissioners for us to say we need to get a wrangle on our spending. Should we? Yes. We've put forth and Commissioner Larson, you've said it in 2 different iterations over the last 3 years I've been on the commission, where we've invested so much, and because we're starting to spend more money, but we're spending more money towards the good, because we're getting caught up on infrastructure. We're not deferring maintenance. We're getting our asset management system put together so that now we can go into projects and say, you know what, this has 7 years left on it. We don't need to put it on the CIP right now. We can wait 2 or 3 years, save ourselves some money, and then put it on the CIP. So as commissioners, we need to do a better job of sharing to the community that what you pay today is not going to pay for the same things that you benefit from today, tomorrow. It's never going to. So how do we get a better wrangle on that without it feeling like that we're trying to take something away from them? Because it's collective. We all pay into this. So I think it's a way of saying, how are we utilizing a revenue mill increase for now to get us to a point that where we can have a more clearer picture and we can forecast better how to address infrastructure projects, expansion projects, and we know how to better place them on our CIP, and that it's not done at a whim's notice, like as if, which is kind of the connotation and projection that we hear from some in the community. We're not throwing paint at a canvas and hoping for the best and saying, all right, community, increase your property tax so we can pay for it. That's not what we're doing. I think that would be an insult to staff to say that. What we're trying to do is based on forecasting sales tax revenue, inflationary costs, how do we ensure that these particular aspects of our community can continue to exist that brings value and there's a functionality to it without people feeling like they're being stretched. And that is tough. That is very tough. But we all campaign to do that. So I don't know where I was going with that other than keep it at 38.907 so we can get going. But again, I've said my word. I don't have to justify myself. We got to get to a consensus tonight so we can vote on this. So you got 3.5 and you got 5.7.
And am I assuming, Vice Mayor Dever, that
I would like you guys to, if you're going to get to a number, I think you guys should do it, amongst yourselves. But,
okay.
If you think 3 point, I still haven't heard a consensus of 3 yet, so we need to get to a number where 3 of us can agree to vote to get this approved by the 20th.
3.5?
If you give me 3.6, then so if we can just vote on this.
Yes.
Give me 3.6.
Okay, I'm in for 3.6. That's 3 of us.
Jeez Louise.
All right. 3.6 is the number. Ally, is that something that, I'm sorry, go
I was
ahead.
going to say, Commissioner Lessman, were you going to say something?
No, I guess no, I think I'm fine. I mean, if you want to do that, that's fine. I just, we've been capturing the valuations that have been gone up significantly for the past several years. And at some point, we need to get to where we can live within that, whether it be a 4% or 5%, because I don't think we're going to always see these huge jump in valuations. This year, it was about 7%. Is that right? I believe 7%. And it's I just don't believe the community can bear what we're what we're saying we need. And so, there's going to have to be cuts made. And we'll have to decide what those are. But I just don't believe the community is with us on this.
Well, that'll potentially happen at a later date. We just need to move on from now.
So 3.6 will give us 36.807, correct?
Yes. Is that good with you, Commissioner Finkelay?
Let's see, it'd be 36.807? Is that the number?
36.807?
Yeah.
Are we good?
Okay, I'll make a motion then.
All right.
See if I can get 3 votes.
Yes, we've got 3 votes.
I hope so. God, I'm walking
I authorize the city to notify Douglas County of the intent of the governing body to propose a tax rate of 36.807
Thank you.
mills, which exceeds the revenue neutral rate as defined by state law for the 2025 budget, and schedule both the public hearing to exceed the revenue neutral rate and the 2025 budget hearing on Tuesday, August 20th, 2024 at 5:45 p.m. in the City Commission Room, first floor of City Hall, for the purpose of hearing and answering objections of taxpayers related to exceeding the revenue neutral rate and the amount of ad valorem tax and the proposed use of all funds.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Nay. I got you to the vote, but that didn't mean I agree with it.
Okay. All right.
All those opposed?
All those opposed?
Nay.
Hey,
Nay.
seriously?
Come on, guys.
what do you
we got
want?
to do something.
Commissioner Dever, Commissioner Larson, what do you want?
I'm just going to offer, because Craig asked us to come up with several scenarios, that if we just did one station and our other pieces that we outlined, it'd be 4.5 mils estimated.
One station was, say that again, Ally, I'm sorry?
4.5 mils for one station instead of the two.
Okay.
Ally, I have a sneaking suspicion that this is not about giving us the answer now so then we can put something in to make us feel good. You need commissioners to give you a mill number so that we can work with it, and then we need to do the work to figure out what we want that to look like. Because you may have one commissioner up here that wants one station. You may have several commissioners up here that want two stations. You may have a commissioner up here that doesn't want any stations. That doesn't help you right now. Today's task was to give you a mill number for revenue neutral. I thought we compromised on something that gave us a consensus.
I thought so.
I was never in agreement for 36, but I did it to get the vote to go.
Okay.
And then it
I
died.
wasn't clear. I guess I wasn't clear.
So we need a number to get it.
Vice Mayor Dever, you in for 36?
No, sir, I am not. I apologize about that, but if I inferred that I would change my vote, I thought I made it clear that you would have to work out the number between the three of you, and I think that's where I was at is I made it clear to the city manager previously that I'm not in favor of increasing the mill levy at all, and that I feel like we need to look within and find ways to fund our operations, given the fact we've had 17% growth in our mill levy increase for real estate values, and pretty good sales tax increases over this last few years, and yet we're still asking for more dollars from the community. And so I'm just wondering, if not now, when are we going to stop asking for more money? Because if we can't manage the budget that we have right now with the money we have, I'm not quite sure what's going to happen when the economy changes and decreases in property value or lack of increases occur like they have in the past, or when sales taxes drop because people can't afford to live here anymore. So those are the things I worry about today, and you guys can decide if you want to increase the mill levy, but I told you that, and I told the city manager, and I told everyone from the beginning that I'm not in favor of it, period.
Okay.
So your motion would be to have the 33.207? We might get 3 votes for that.
Well,
Would you vote for that?
I vote to reconsider. Since we haven't decided whether or not we follow parliamentary procedure, but we've been loosey-goosey in the voting to reconsider.
Okay.
Since I voted following proper parliamentary procedure, I voted in the prevailing. Therefore, I want us to bring it back to revote on the original motion.
Okay. Would that be at the 3 points?
We do need to vote to reconsider.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Sellers?
So we would need, I mean, I don't want to interject on how to flow, but technically we need to vote to reconsider.
Okay, gotcha. The original.
You making a motion to reconsider?
I move that we reconsider the last motion.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
this is Tony Wheeler, City Attorney, and I was just pointing out you adopted Resolution 7542 that governs procedures for commission meetings, and it was passed on June 4th of 2024. And it says that motions to reconsider are prohibited. Any governing body may make a new substantive motion on a matter previously considered by the city.
Okay.
So what that means is you don't have to have a motion to reconsider. You just have to to make the substantive motion again, according to the rules that you all adopted.
Thank you, Tony. So we can just make a new motion. Let's see.
You want the motion?
Yes. Yes, please.
I move that we authorize the city to notify Douglas County of the intent of the governing body to propose a tax rate of 36.807 mils, which exceeds the revenue neutral rate as defined in the state law for the 2025 budget, and schedule both the public hearing to exceed the revenue neutral rate and the 2025 budget hearing on Tuesday, August 20th, 2024 at 5:45 p.m. in the City Commission Room, first floor of City Hall, for the purpose of the hearing and answering objections of taxpayers related to exceeding the revenue neutral rate and the amount of ad valorem tax and proposed use of all funds.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Oppose.
All right. It passes at the number stated, 3 affirmative, 2 in the opposition. Did we give you everything you needed, Ally? Okay. As painful as that was. Okay. All right. Moving us on to item F, work session items. The work session, I'll go ahead and give people an opportunity to go ahead and leave.
Kurt, are you bringing this up?
Yeah, which, do you see yours there in that list?
I don't, but I can wing it.
Okay, I'll go ahead and read the spiel. Work session provides an opportunity for the City Commission to discuss items in greater detail. The Commission will take no binding action on the items presented during this time. Work section topics are eligible for public comment. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for their comments. The first item is receive an update on the strategic actions related to the prosperity and economic security outcome area.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Britt Krumkano, the city's Economic Development Director. This is an update from 4 of our economic development partners on their work to date in meeting our prosperity and economic security initiatives, as well as giving you an idea of what they wish to accomplish by the end of the year. We have 4 of our agencies here tonight. Before I turn it over to them, I did want to remind everybody in the audience that prosperity and economic security fosters an environment that provides all people and all businesses the opportunity for economic security and intentionally acknowledges, removes, and prevents barriers created by systemic and institutional injustice. Our community succeeds because of a collective prosperity and a vibrant, sustainable local economy. We have 10 key performance indicators for this outcome area, and our group tonight will be talking about all of them except for 4. So tonight we have Adam Courtney with the KU Innovation Park, who will kick things off, followed by Steve Kelly and Joshua Fawley with the Chamber and EDC. Then we'll have Kevin Kelly come up and give us updates on the Peasley Tech Center. And finally, we'll have Will Katz talk about the accomplishments of the Small Business Development Center. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Adam.
Good evening, Commissioners and City staff. I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight to talk about the park, its partnership with the city on economic development, and its alignment with the Prosperity and Economic Security Plan. And I'm hoping I can find my slides here. I forgot I'm blind. Oh, there we go. Just a reminder, the park is a unique partnership. The founding partners of the Innovation Park are the City of Lawrence, Douglas County, the university, and the business community through the Chamber of Commerce. And so this is a unique partnership that you don't often see with university-related research parks. The mission is to create, recruit, grow, and retain tech and life science companies, leveraging the assets of the university to create a more modern, diverse, and resilient regional economy. And we measure our primary success through the metrics of companies, jobs, and annual payroll. And so you can see here our current metrics at the end of June were 72 companies, 709 jobs, and about 47 million in annual payroll. This aligns well with the Prosperity and Economic Security Plan in the area of target industry growth. And so our jobs align with that, and area median income. And you can see the jobs are well over the area median income and average a little bit over $65,000 annually. You can see our historic growth, our growth in 2023, we added 90 jobs, and so that was about 15%. This stops at 2022, but you can see our historic growth is well above the state or city growth rate, and so we continue to see positive growth signs in the jobs that we're creating. Some of the clusters we focus on at the park are advanced computing, bioinnovation, sustainable engineering, transportation, and logistics, which align well with the strengths of the university as well. And so we're trying to leverage those strengths for private industry, jobs, and commercialization. Our metrics here align with the city's goal on women and minority ownership, and you can see about 35% of the current park companies have women or minority owners or founders, and those break down to about 25% female, 24% minority owners. And then we've also targeted our incentive funds. We get $25,000 annually from the city and the county each, and so $50,000. We've earmarked 40% of those to go to those women and minority-owned companies, and you can see our metrics in 2023 allocated about 80% of those funds to those groups. I skipped a slide, but it showed the services that we provide to companies, which are supported through our city and county funding and university funding. They're across all sectors and stages, from concept to growth stage, and so we're really looking at the full gamut of economic development in terms of supporting companies. In addition, we provide valuable wet lab space and other specialized space that really isn't in high inventory in this region, and so without that space, we're really at risk of losing some of the companies that we started and grown here. And so you can see about 40,000 square feet of that space is wet lab space, so it's really important to the growth of our companies. Some recent accomplishments, we've done some strategic hiring in the communications area to help our marketing effort, get the word out, let people know who we are and what we're doing, which has kind of been a deficiency we feel like in our growth in history. We need to do a better job of telling our story, and so we're trying to do that with our strategic hiring. We launched an accelerator program, and so we're now in our second cohort there, and hired some business service staffing as well, but primarily looking at funds for future growth. We acquired $22 million in federal funding for the next phase of the park growth. So the park's future includes a 15-year plan. We're on phase 3. The 15-year plan looks at development to phase 10. And so this funding would support both our phase 4 and 5 growth. And you can see phase 4 is a Kansas National Security Center focused on remote sensing, telecommunications, cybersecurity, UAV development. And then the phase 5 is the bioinnovation and sustainability mission focused on sustainable engineering, but also the human and animal health companies that we have in the park as well. And then I just included our regional impact. You can see the 2022 impact. We had 534 jobs. You can see our 2026 numbers. We're right in between those two metrics, and so we're on track to hit our 2026 numbers. And then you look at another 10 years, and you can see our 2036 projected impact. And so we're looking to stay on track on that and really have that 15-year plan impact when we talk about 10 phases and out to 4,000 jobs. So that's all I've got for you. I'm not sure if we're doing questions now or if we're waiting to the end, but I would entertain questions if you have them now.
Adam, can you give us any more information than we saw in the press release on the Panasonic deal and what that means or what that looks like?
Yeah, The Panasonic was a letter of intent to work with KU on research. And so as that develops, I think there'll be more information. I really don't have what that's going to look like. And so I think it's just the start of a relationship building here. And so we're excited about where that leads. We've talked about the impact of Panasonic and what impact will it have in Lawrence. And so I think that's a good sign that it will have impact. We just don't have a lot of definition to what that looks like right now.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I'm just curious, kind of related to the Panasonic one. Related to that, have we had any, I'm just curious if any other huge companies, interested in what we do at KUIP or any way you can definably track that to the notoriety of Panasonic or the availability of
No specific examples. We talk about supply chain and the effects of Panasonic, and so we're thinking about that in the next phase. We worked with Department of Commerce on getting some funding through the university, which will support an international launch pad. And so are there companies we can identify that want to be in this region, either have a relationship with Panasonic or the university that we can leverage from the Panasonic impact? And so we are thinking about what are the side effects, what are the companies, how do we make a space that's they can come and land, and then maybe create a permanent location here in the community as well.
Cool. Thank you.
So the idea of the partnership with Panasonic is to have something within the community, not necessarily on the park.
Correct, but it could lead to something like that. So right now, it's just a LOI to build a relationship with the university in terms of research and talent acquisition. So hopefully there's more development beyond that, but no definition on what that's going to look like. I think it's a good sign that conversations will start, and then we'll work towards something more definitive that we can report back at some point.
And so on how you measure success, I noticed on their slide you have $47 million in annual payroll. So as far as that return on investment, because I understand that these businesses are essentially, they're on the campus because that's a subsidized cost to them because they're not paying for any type of property tax or anything like that. So is there a point that when they exceed revenue projections, what does that look like for KUIP, and what does that look like as far as the city's investment in KUIP when a business does exceed their revenue projections?
I'm not sure I understand the question about revenue projections.
So if, let's say, there's a business in the park that exceeds their revenue expectations, so they make beyond a profit, so they gross a profit. And so what does that look like as far as the relationship that they have with you and KUIP, and then the money that we as a city put in and invest in KUIP to subsidize that business being in the park?
Yeah.
Is there any type of...
Yeah, and I don't know that I would say, characterize it as subsidizing that company itself. I think you're subsidizing the park to build real estate. And so we charge market rates for all of our space, and so we're not giving away free space to anybody. We look at the landscape. We try not to undercut the market, and I would say if you looked at our rates compared to the market, we're probably above market rate in terms of our office and our wet lab space. And so the company isn't receiving a subsidy and paying less for real estate in this market. The subsidy is really for the park to be able to leverage its dollars into future development, to keep these companies here and growing, and to be able to build that space. And it's always been our goal to get to a point where we're creating enough cash flow off of the real estate that we can go back and make a payment in lieu of in terms of taxes. And then we also try to measure our success in companies that graduate out of the park into space in Lawrence, and the type of property tax they're paying as well.
Okay.
Okay.
I appreciate you breaking that down for me.
Any additional questions for Adam?
Real quick, your 24% BIPOC ownership, how do you define BIPOC?
Broadly, it's not by the federal standards. It's non-white owners, and so it's pretty bright. I don't have it broken down exactly.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
have there are two, I sent a July one, just to update some numbers. I saw it up a minute ago. July.
There's a list of all the files from today.
Okay.
See it?
There's the May one.
We can just summarize it.
Oh, here it is. Is it? No? Right there, isn't that it? 7/16.
Okay. Yeah.
And just scroll down. Okay. Very good. Good afternoon or good evening, I guess it would be. Mayor and Commissioners, Steve Kelly, and then Josh Foley from the Lawrence Chamber, Douglas County EDC, and we're here to, update you on some of the accomplishments and the status of some of the initiatives that we're working on in conjunction with the city's economic development strategic plan. We have 4 primary objectives that we're working with, and a lot of this is tied to our Rising Together capital campaign and the initiatives that came out of it, which are very much in alignment with what the city came up with through the work that they developed with Ernst & Young. And we set up a number of targets in these 4 different areas, and I'm just going to go through them very briefly here on some of the key ones and what we have done in terms of achieving some of those objectives, where we are, where we're short, et cetera. The first one, under job creation and economic prosperity, was that we would see an addition of 1,500 new target industry jobs in Douglas County, paying at least $38,382 per year over the course of the 5-year term of our Rising Together campaign. To date, and this has some lag because of the way the information, the data is collected, but we're considerably ahead of where we were to be at this point. This actually, where we are, reflects about 6 quarters, and we're actually 8 quarters or better, actually 9 quarters in. But to reach our goal, we would need to have 75 jobs per quarter. And right now we're at a pace where we're generating about 744 overall, which is about 124 jobs per quarter. And again, these are industries that, through the work of Ernst & Young, and then we further dialed it down with KU research, we came up with 25 different NAICS codes that they felt best represented this set of companies or set of industries. So in this regard, we're doing pretty well. By and large, most all of the jobs in these industries meet this standard. There is one NAICS code that has a wage level that has not met, and so we've excluded that as we went forward because they consistently have not met that requirement. But the rest have done a good job in terms of meeting that established wage. And then right below that is information on RFIs and projects that we're working on from more of the recruitment standpoint, although there are also some expansions in here. We do have a lot of contact with the Kansas Department of Commerce and the Kansas City Area Development Council, and they have a flow of projects that they see that come to this region, and then they come to us where the parameters fit. Then they come to us, and we also reach out to them on an occasional basis to kind of interject ourselves. But last year, just for a matter of information, we had 48 projects that were either RFI generated or that we generated from contacts with outside businesses, with consultants, et cetera. We're pacing pretty well right now. We're at 35 to date, so the pace has picked up a little bit. And probably 3/4 of those are coming from the RFIs that we see, and then we're generating some from just contacts with companies and consultants on our own. So those numbers are pretty strong, and they kind of come in surges. We've had a real surge recently. A lot of them are very large projects that we really don't have the property at this point to be players in, but we are active in when there's an opportunity either with existing space, which here is very limited, or with new space. We are in the project hunt along with other communities in the region. Below, we also had a requirement or a goal of visiting with 100 existing companies each year to identify potential growth and expansion projects, and we're pacing about on that. We've had 40 some, and that includes some community tours that we're having. We also have had a series of business resource events that we're working with companies on, and we're continuing to try to expand that. We're in the process of setting up some sector source groups where we will identify businesses that we work with by sector and basically form, I'll call it a forum or a work group comprised of people or companies from those groups to work on issues. And we've done this already in conjunction with Kevin and the folks at Peasley with manufacturing, but we're going to expand that through some work that we're doing where we'll have some sector groups that are led by someone in the business sector along with someone from the Chamber EDC, and they will be gathering information, helping us identify opportunities and some of the challenges that some of our businesses are having. Next is some of again, this would be more of a recruitment sort of activity. In the Rising Together, and this was during COVID, so the number looks kind of meager now compared to what the performance has been, we pledged that we would either attend out of market or bring people in market from the standpoint of consultants, real estate folks, et cetera, to give them exposure to the community, to the county. Last year we did 11 events overall. Through this date in 2024, we're already at 11, and those would include, and we've put a few on here just kind of give a representation. We've hosted the Kansas Department of Commerce, German office representatives, and tour them in the community. We've hosted the director of the Taiwan Economic Development and Cultural Office. I was in LA several weeks ago meeting with consultants as part of a KCADC function. We also had folks from the KCADC recruitment team in town a couple of months ago to tour several locations, several sites in town. Just this week, or last week I guess it was, Thursday and Friday, we had a German business consultant / representative who was in town to meet with in the county to meet with a couple of companies that we had identified as potential joint venture partners. And we toured him around. He visited, in addition to that, he visited KUIP, he visited Peasley. We actually attended the Peasley 10-year celebration, and he had a chance to meet some people in this room, quite honestly. And it was a very good experience, and this is a gentleman who was representing primarily one company on this trip, but has a whole portfolio. And so he was here to really scout out the region. He has some knowledge of the Midwest. He went to college in St. Louis, but so he has some knowledge. But I think it was a good opportunity because, as he said, most German companies think of the United States as Texas, Florida, California, and Texas and New York. And so they have a very limited opportunities, but he feels that there are a lot of companies that would be good fits here because of the entrepreneurial opportunity and what I reinforced several times was the community feel that he got here that they don't get in a lot of places. So that was very positive. And then kind of again on the Panasonic, and we can't say it was a Panasonic related visit, but we had about 29, I believe was, Japanese business representatives in town a couple of months ago as part of a visit they made to the state of Kansas. They toured Panasonic. They were in the Kansas City Metro. They were here for half a day, again at KUIP because they were interested in innovation. And we set up a tour for the KU School of Engineering and had a good opportunity to see some of the things that they're doing. And we've done an initial round to follow up and are still working on some of those contacts. And again, they would not say they were there because of Panasonic, but if you looked at who it was and you looked at who their business relationships were, a lot of them do have relationships with Panasonic. So we think that there is some level of relation to that. And then below are a couple of kind of side stats. We had not done a customer satisfaction survey in some time. We did one last year in the fall and had about an 80% satisfied or very satisfied rating from the people that we surveyed. And then one of the things that we've struggled with, and part of that is due to the tax structure in Kansas and the fact that personal property is not taxed, it makes it difficult sometimes to get information on what capital investment is. So we have started a survey process, and we're surveying a certain number of companies every quarter to get what their investment in the previous year was and to get some idea of what their expectations are for the coming year. And in the ones that we've surveyed so far, and again, these are kind of a limited sampling, they stated that in the information they provided, and it's done confidentiality, and we tell them that it will be, there was over $80 million of investment that had happened with this pretty limited number of companies that we've got responses on. So our companies, existing companies, are making substantial investment in the community. The next initiative that we're involved with is innovation and entrepreneurship. And a lot of the information that you'll see here is about our minority entrepreneurship efforts, particularly the Douglas County, or Diversified Douglas County Fund, which Josh has been primarily working on this and has done an excellent job. But you see, and I'm not going to dwell on a lot of the stats, but we've done a number of things to encourage entrepreneurs in the minority community. Had a pitch competition. We've co-sponsored some things. We set up a couple cohorts for training of minority entrepreneurs that have been completed. The DDC itself started last year. Our first loan was done right before the end of 2023. We've approved 2 other loans since and have 2 or 3 in the pipeline, and one that's actually we have reviewed, and it's contingent, and that individual is approved contingent upon some additional funding that he is sourcing. Our loan review committee felt it was a little thin without that, and so his project is approved contingent upon this other source of funding that he is expecting to hear from coming through, because they just thought it was a little bit thin yet and there needed to be more money into the project. So we're waiting on that. Loan activity has picked up. We have done a better job, I think, since the beginning of the year in promoting the program. We've got a contract now with an individual to translate all the information, the materials into Spanish, which I think is very positive for the Hispanic community here. In the middle of the page, you have some SBDC information. Will Katz is here, and we'll talk about this in a little more detail. But they're a great partner and really, really important in our process for our loan fund, because we require our applicants to come through a partner, and our partner right now is the KU SBDC. You know, we hope that when the Haskell Business Resource Center is up and operational, that might be another source. But right now, the projects that are coming to our FRB for review on the Diversified Douglas County program are coming through the KU SBDC. And then down at the bottom, you see the Spanish language materials. We've got some technical assistance resources for minority entrepreneurs to help them with maybe legal or accounting and other issues that they're having. And also the very bottom item is something that is probably new to most of you, but we're sponsoring or have put together an empowerment expo that's going to take place on October 10th at the KU Burrs Union, where it's not only Lawrence, but we're partnering with chambers and some other organizations in the region and Kansas City and other places to provide an opportunity for folks who are working in this space and for entrepreneurs to come and learn about entrepreneurship, about the resources available. Network Kansas will be presenting. There'll be presentations from folks here in town. So we think that's got an opportunity to be a really nice event. And again, it's a collaborative event on October the 10th at the Burrs Union. Workforce and talent development, just going through very quickly. Lawrence, and many of you probably know this now, but it's got a tech guild that's about to celebrate or will be celebrating its 2nd anniversary. And we got involved fairly early on because we had worked with some of the folks who were kind of at the forefront of the tech guild. We sponsored a number of events. And it started out as kind of a social opportunity for people from that community to get together and to fraternize a little bit, because quite honestly, while we have a number of people in that space, there weren't a lot of connection points and they were kind of isolated. But we sponsored it. They have done very well, gotten a lot of momentum. And in fact, they had a tech conference that was at KUIP in April that was sold out. Great speakers. It was very, very well done. So they've really gotten some momentum now. We also worked with USD 497 on their Portrait of a Graduate project to look and see what opportunities for work-based learning are helpful and how that can be assessed. to allow folks to learn from experiences just outside the classroom. We've talked to Peasley about a couple of other areas. I mentioned the manufacturing forum. There are a couple of other industries that we're interested in trying to do those. And how the manufacturing forum has worked is twice a year we have a meeting of the manufacturers in the county, invite a substantial number of them, and then we focus on some topic of interest to manufacturers, because a lot of them, while they're in different types of manufacturing, a lot of the problems are the same, and this is an opportunity for information sharing and to bring resources to their attention. We also had a forum this spring with the manufacturing forum about AI and its use in manufacturing, which was really interesting and an area that a lot of them have a lot of interest in but haven't had a good handle on. So it's that kind of work that we're doing there. And then on the child care side, Hugh Carter, during his time here, and Hugh has left, but we've been very involved with trying to figure out ways to support child care development because we see the critical issue that it is in the community. And it's that way everywhere, but I think this community more than most has been engaged in trying to solve some of those problems, and there are some successes. The Children's Community Center should be coming online later this year. The Hilltop West at the KU Crossing is already open and kind of shaking out the bugs, and will be fully open in the fall. I've read and seen where Eudora is working on the school district's working on a project that will be pretty substantial. So there are some steps being made, but there's a long ways to go because this is a big issue. We've also been engaged along with our metal partners in advocating for better child care programs at the state level and more support for child care because it is a critical issue. Yeah. And then lastly, housing and land development. And you as commissioners are very aware of some of the projects that have been annexed. You're also aware that there was substantial funding, thanks to the members of the commission, put in support of infrastructure development to start to expand our infrastructure footprint, which we believe will give us an opportunity to start to add additional housing. That it's kind of a chicken and the egg, and sometimes it's difficult to know which one comes first, but it's very difficult to get a lot of traction on development and even in annexation if there aren't prospects or a clear path to infrastructure that would allow development in those areas. And thanks to the commission and the work of the city staff, Craig and his team, that was in a big piece in last year's CIP. And so we're very hopeful that as that starts to come into place, particularly on the west side of town, we'll start to see some opportunities to start to grow that footprint, and we can start to address some of the issues that we have in terms of expansion. And then the other one, and this is a big one, and have not had as much progress here as we're very interested in, and very much feel like we need to continue to grow our industrial land base, and it's tough. We don't have big tracts of land that are available or that the owners are willing to part with. The Lawrence Venture Park has some challenges, and we continue to try to work through those. We've looked at some other properties. Right now, Rob Richardson, and Rob's taking the lead on it, we're preparing a white paper. We're analyzing opportunities in several parts of town and trying to assess costs and what would need to be done, and then what the yield potentially could be from some of these potential industrial properties that could be put together in different parts of town. Hopefully that'll be done here in the not too distant future, and that'll be information that we can bring to you and share in terms of what the analysis seems to point to, what the challenges will be, et cetera. But that's an area that I think is important to us, that for the long term, and this is certainly a college town, and KU and things associated with KU are incredible drivers, but we have a pretty strong manufacturing community here, and there's room for more. And I think that they're good quality jobs and they provide opportunities for our citizens, and so we want to continue to drive that base and the property tax and the things that come with that. With that, and that was very, very fast, I will stand for any questions, or if you prefer, I can wait till the rest of the speakers are done and come back up.
I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
going back up to the first slide, Steve, you mentioned the mixed codes.
Yes.
Do you have a list of those?
I can get them to you. I don't have them with me tonight,
Okay.
but yes, I can certainly do that.
I'd be interested in the next codes that,
Sure.
that at least you all are looking at and how we measure that. So that was my first kind of question to ask. And let's see, I'm going to jump around a little bit. On the child care piece, you know, I know there's been a lot of focus on the Children's Community Center. I know you just mentioned a little bit of Hilltop and what with Eudora. Has there been an effort? I understand Chambers local, EDC is a little bit more global. Has there been an effort made to be more comprehensive in that approach, and you know, so that it's not Eudora is in a silo, Perry LeCompte is in a silo, to bring all the municipalities together to have one kind of consortium type of discussion, you know, conversation. I know we've talked about that for a while.
There have been discussions between the groups. I don't know that they necessarily walk hand in hand at all times, because they're all pretty, in many cases, they're focused on trying to address some of their local issues.
Right.
And there's also some organizations that are in that space that I think work across a lot of lines and are like Child Care Aware and some others that
Right.
are involved in that space. I would probably be, and I might not be as knowledgeable about it as I should be. I don't know that I would say that everything is all constantly in place,
Right.
but I know that there's a lot of conversations and they're working on a lot of the common issues.
Okay. It's just, can I be interested, I mean, if Eudora is going to their governing body with conversations, it would be interested to know what those are, so that we don't have this imbalance within our county. That's all I was
Or
thinking about with that.
potentially, at least, or maybe could share if there's some wonderful opportunity that someone's come on, is it being shared with everybody else?
Very much so, very
Okay.
much so, so that. I did have a question about the revolving loan. I know that it's interesting because in this slide, I know it says revolving loan fund for minority and women-owned businesses. I know sometimes the language has just been diversified Douglas County, which I've heard that in the revolving loan spoken in the same conversation. And so the idea that the revolving loan is only focused on minority-owned business, I guess for clarity, is the revolving loan fund for minority and women-owned businesses, and how is that different from?
Minus minority. The hope is that over time, we will broaden out, but at this point, it is specifically focused on minority-owned businesses.
Okay. And then my only other question that it's a comment, but I'm going to wrap it up in a question. I'm curious to know on your slide about housing and land development, where you say recent City of Lawrence annexation provides opportunities for 764 single-family and attached units and 300 apartments. Is that more of a pie-in-the-sky statement, or did I miss an agreement where we?
The projects that have been annexed, that would include the Crossing, the Garver property, and Adam Williams property. If you took what was identified as the housing potential in those original projects, that's what that comes to.
Okay, so you're basing it on those three projects?
Yes, those are the annexations that I was aware of.
Okay.
I had a quick question.
Sure.
On the child care front, I think I might have heard once upon a time that the manufacturing center or core on the eastern side of town had some talks or conversation about pulling the resources together and, you know, doing some sort of child care.
That's been an ongoing conversation, and I know
their
they've
shift workers?
met with a child care provider and toured that provider's facilities in other communities. It hasn't come together yet. I think there's a lot of interest, but sometimes there's some time that passes between there's interest and actually pulling it together. But, you know, if you look at that area and you've got, you know, AMAR is the biggest, obviously. They've got close to 800 people. They're very interested in childcare. You have Plastic County, Grassland. There's a lot of jobs in that area. And with, you know, the projects that have come into Lawrence Venture Park, that's adding jobs as well. So yes, I think that there's certainly a need, and it has been discussed. The other concern that's been expressed over there is better access to food service, because it's quite a ways to get to things, and some of them have done a pretty good job of in-house vending machines and that sort of thing to provide options. But those have been two of the concerns that, as we've worked with the folks in East Hills in particular, that they express is they'd like to see better opportunities for their employees from a food standpoint. And we've tried to do some things there, and it's been slow coming. And then the child care is certainly an issue everywhere in town.
Okay. Thank you. I was just curious about that.
I have one question. Hi, Steve. On the Initiative 1, job creation, you have a goal of $100 million investment, capital investment over the next 5 years, and $81.5 million was invested in 2023. Can you explain to me exactly what you mean by capital investment?
That would be capital that companies in town, or I guess, you know, like when Pretzels, now Hershey's Salty Snacks came, they invested $100 million roughly in their project. That would continue, but it also would be very global, adding a production line. It's kind of a combination of real estate and property development. It may be a new project, it may be investment in new equipment or a new production line, those sorts of things. So it's both real estate and machinery and equipment.
So it's both, that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think to that point, I just wanted to add that in addition to those things, every response that we've received so far from each of these companies, they've also suggested and kind of documented that they plan on maintaining or increasing employment at their facility. So we're really trying to get a feel, in a sense, in our business retention and expansion efforts, to get a sense where those different companies and their different sectors are, both locally, nationally, what's going on with them, so that if we can remediate some challenges, then we will. But this is the best way to get it. So it's not just for capital investment, it's also jobs and employment.
Yeah, job intent.
I know Hershey, when they built that facility, they built it for numerous more lines that they're not using yet. So
well, they added a line last year.
They did. They had 2 lines.
Yeah, and they've added another line.
Okay.
Yeah, and in addition, some of these, we ask not just about what investments going into 2023 did they do, but kind of what those projections are. And a lot of them make significant investments on a regular basis to keep up their facilities, keep them safe, keep them effective and efficient, as well as some of those additional expenses when they really start to grow their operations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we continue, I want to check in with the commission, because I know I rolled right past our bio break.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. We're going to take a little 10-minute break and come back with the rest of the presentation and give folks an opportunity to do what they need to do.
Thank you.
All right, I'll go ahead and bring us back.
I didn't know you were, sorry.
All right, up next, Peaslee Tech.
Mayor, Commissioners, thank you. Thank you a lot, all right? We had 10 years this month of Peaslee Tech, and that wouldn't have happened without the Lawrence City Commission supporting this operation. We had a little PowerPoint for you, but I don't really need it. We'll go on without it. I'll give you a little update on a few things that I think are significant. We had 152 enrollments in our first year, in 2015 at Peaslee Tech, and we had over 4,000 last year. Now, that includes training for companies, so people improving themselves in their jobs. It includes new people coming into new jobs in the workforce, so raising the wages of people by improving the jobs they're in. And then another big part of it is we've had a significant growth in our training for governmental entities, and specifically the City of Lawrence. This last year, I think we had 62 trainings with employees from the City of Lawrence. So where there is a need, we'll keep trying to find ways to do it. People often ask me, like, well, where are you going? Where are you growing? Where are you going to next? Well, that really is driven by this community and the businesses in it and what their needs are. We now have 24 programs, open enrollment programs that anybody in the community or anybody seeking to better themselves can take. We have 30 apprenticeship programs, Department of Labor approved apprenticeships, and we have a new group of programs coming out, 12 youth apprenticeships. So a high school senior will be able to enter into an apprenticeship. It will count towards their high school diploma, and at the end of that, when they graduate, they will have finished the coursework part of the apprenticeship, and they'll go straight into the on-the-job learning. So for us, we see more opportunities with expanding into younger and developing younger people in our workforce. On our the Crunch, our business development center that this commission has supported, we've had more than 82 businesses that we've done programs with in a variety of areas. We provide warehousing, we've done 3D printing, we've developed drawings and prototypes, and excuse me, I see a PowerPoint popping up here, but I don't really know if we need it. But we'll see if what I just told you matches up with what's on. So,
Done pretty well.
I think there's an important part about what we've kind of evolved to at Peaslee, and that is we're a training center, of course, and we're a post-secondary, but we have also become an applied research center. A program that came out of KUIP is in our building, a company called Avium, and they're producing hydrogen, and it's they're on a several-year grant to improve methods for production of hydrogen. We have developed a line of modular houses that we have been building for tenants to homeowners. I don't know if any of you have seen them, but we're building the fourth one now. And then this fall, we have a new program to convert our diesel trucks to run on 100% bio. That, along with some other improvements that we've been able to make, which we try to tie our improvements to programs. This summer, in fact, today, we're putting 780 solar panels on the roof. That's going to take us a long ways towards energy self-sufficiency, but it also creates then a commercial solar training center for us. which we will be adding this fall. The other step in that, which one of our goals is to be carbon neutral by the end of 2025. We have applied for grants to install a ground source heat pump system, which between that and solar, we should be carbon negative by the end of next year. Those things improve our finances, but they also improve our ability to train people in cutting edge jobs that pay well. As far as, well, see, I already, 27, since the time we made this, now we have 30 apprenticeships. And we are the largest provider of apprenticeships in Kansas. The programs will continue to expand, again, based on demand, and we would anticipate that this will, our biggest growth in the next several years will be with youth apprenticeships in high schools. We, in addition to the 4 high schools in Lawrence, well, one of them's kind of out of the town now, but the 3 here, there's also 7 others that with students in the county, and we anticipate that within the next couple of years, we'll be serving over 200 youth apprentices in high school programs. I don't really have anything else other than the overview of that. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Yeah, I was just curious, how often do you have, kind of your students come back to go ahead and teach or, help out with young folks that want to get in the trades?
They do what? I'm sorry.
How often do you have people that have gone through your program that, come back and want to help others with the trades or any sort of?
Well, we actually have them come back to hire people.
Okay.
They come back quite often, and they say, well, we'd like to visit the HVAC class. Well, that's because they're in there recruiting them. Yeah. And so it's really become, we're kind of fortunate in that the people that come to Peaslee, they stay here. So we see them, the people that we train all around town, and it also creates a kind of relationship where they're comfortable saying, hey, I need a couple people in facilities maintenance. Do you have something coming up? And so, yeah, we do a lot of, we do very little advertising to get people jobs. We really have more opportunities than we have trainees to fill. And because there are some limits as to how many people you can train at any given time. But yes, our alumni, if you will, are an important part of it. Some of you, I know Commissioner Sellers, that attended our event the other night. One of our alums actually had prepared all that wonderful food we had there. Mm-hmm. So we didn't train him to be a cook. We trained him to be a truck driver that cooked on the side. But anyway, works locally, lives locally, and has gone on to the people that he went to work for said, you can have him for a day to cook the food, but we want him back. So,
I got a question.
Yeah, absolutely.
Every time you come talk to us, it just amazes me what you do with the programs out there and how you've grown Peaslee Tech. And I really appreciate all the work that you put into it. I did have a question. I remember when I was on the board, you were doing a stenography program. Are you still doing that?
Court reporting.
Yes.
Yeah, we do court reporting for all the district courts in the state of Kansas. That was a program that initiated here because the district court in Douglas County had people retiring, and so we knew that Douglas County by itself couldn't support a program, so we went to the Association of Court Reporters from all the district courts in Kansas, and yeah, we have another class starting up in August. We have people signed up for it already.
That's great.
And we also have found over time, when the program became established, that we started getting people that we're coming in to do it for law practices and for medical practices, that they do a similar type of, as court reporting, type of recording work.
Yeah, it's just great to see the different breadth of programs that you've got. not just
We really
all
try to
discussion.
be, where the demand is, and for us, it's taken us into healthcare, it's taken us into IT, it's taken us into other, not just the core type of building trades activities. We really have, transportation has become huge. We had 142 CDL students last year in the program.
Thank you. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Did I hear that you also, or is it established yet, or were you guys thinking about having like a childcare certification course?
We already have a apprenticeship approved. We got it approved this year, and we're working with the Children's Center, and when they open up, we've got a system to help bring people in, put them through an apprenticeship, and we actually have a grant to help pay for them to complete the apprenticeship, and then they'll be placed in, not just in the Children's Center, but the Children's Center will be kind of the hub that places them throughout the city.
Okay.
And yes, we do have a program. That's probably number 28 or 29 in there after I missed that one.
Kevin, I just had a quick question. Just wanted to get your thoughts on, I know this is, I think, the third cycle with the legislature where you've been going through with trying to establish your training center district. And, you get the hearing and then it just kind of stalls out. Did you get any feedback this year about why is it not getting to where it needs to be? Are we just
I
not
think it's
lobbying well?
because it says tax. And because of that, and we have formulated a new strategy now, and it won't be legislative.
Okay.
So the things we're working on now will be things that can be done without legislation.
Okay.
That will take us to that. Our goal in that is training plumbers 50 years from now, right? Sustainability.
Right.
But we have found we're working on other methods to accomplish that same thing.
Okay.
And so this year we plan to by the end of this year to have a full strategy for our continued funding and operations.
And I know we've discussed about the Promise Act scholarship and what that looks like. And I noticed that the state is, I don't know if it's a rebrand of the Promise Act scholarship or if they're doing something with Level Up Kansas. But I'm speaking with some kiddos here locally and also in different communities across the state about utilizing that Level Up program that deals with a lot of the trade and tech jobs, and it's healthcare. It's a little bit across the bandit. I noticed that I don't see Peasley Tech there, and I understand. Well, I recognize. I don't want to say I understand. I recognize the rationale that was given by the legislature, but what I don't understand is because of the track record of the organization that you have put together, why you're not included in that. And so I didn't know if you've made any efforts to kind of push the legislature or push the governor's office to say, hey, I'm doing these things. I have the outcomes and I have the data to prove that I need to be included in these programs. Why am I not included?
A couple of things. Those programs are generally for Department of Education aligned organizations, and we're a Department of Labor aligned organization. But what that does is, while we don't see that funds, we receive funds through like what's called SAEEI
Right, SAEI.
grant that we received. We were one of 7 recipients of it. So I think that, well, 2 things I want to say on that. I think that we're finding lots of ways to get grants in to support our training operations. But the second and the most important thing, because of a lot of local support we've had from the city, and the county has funded it, and the EDC has funded it, we have the Raise Income Insecurity an equity program. No person from a low-income house, nobody gets turned away for Peasley because they don't have money to take a class.
Right.
Nobody gets turned away. And so I think that in and of itself, a lot of these things sound good, like when they're talking about free community college, you know, for you if you go do it. Well, there are so many hoops that student has to make for that to ever realize that very few of them ever attain it. Ours is cut and dry. You'll come here and we're going to get you trained and we're going to put you in a job and you're not going to have any debt when you leave here.
Right. Well, and I mean, and I know a couple of students have been successful with the Promise Act Scholarship, and I know one of the key requirements is that they need to maintain in the state for 2 years, which I think that's not it. I see some overlap, and when it comes to leveraging dollars and maximizing what's out there, it just pains me to see a program that overlaps with the work that you're doing, but yet there's no way for you to tap into it. And I'm glad that we're finding and leveraging other resources and that, you know, you're not turning any student away no matter their socioeconomic background. I just want more.
And for us, it's also, there's a trade-off because when you dance with that devil, you got to do all the other things that it means to do that. And right now, if a company calls us and they want to start a program, we might have a program ready for them in 2 weeks. I retired from the community college system. 2 years to start a program, 2 years. So you give up a lot when you start going down that path.
Okay.
You know.
So you feel like not going down that path gives you a little bit more autonomy to do some of the things that are.
I think we would
more flexible.
never have done the things that we've done if we were in that environment. We would never been able to do it. And don't get me wrong, like I said, I retired from that system. I respect it, and it's an important system. But I think for our community at this time, I think the things that we're able to do so quickly to support local people is more valuable than the trade-off would have been.
Right. Well, like you said, it's different agencies. So one's education, one's labor. So
right. And you know what that means too, though. By labor, we owe a funding through the Workforce Center in our building. Mm-hmm. We also have funding from vocational rehabilitation and DCF and Veterans Affairs. So we're in a lot of different ways of bringing in revenue to help people go get jobs.
Okay.
Any additional questions for Kevin? All right. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So I got to follow that, huh? Okay. Oh, I got it now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Mayor. It's an honor and a pleasure to be standing here this evening. I'm going to be talking to you about the KU Small Business Development Center. Before I do, a quick note of personal gratitude. And I was here for your introductory statement about civility and communication. And then I'm pleased to have watched the commission model that this evening. Thank you. I'm somebody who's lived in this community for almost 40 years, and I don't spend a lot of time in this commission room. And I just, on the rare occasions that I do, I appreciate your commitment to public service and to professionalism, and it's awesome to see. And I know you probably hear kind of the opposite stuff fairly often, so I just want to make sure to get that across to you. You know, if you've ever heard the old saying about eating sausage, right? If you like sausage, don't ever watch sausage being made. And I think the opposite is true when I'm in this room and observing the public service commitment. It's like when I watch the when I watch this being made, I'm actually kind of more proud of it, of what you do, and grateful to all of you. So thank you. So yes, as I mentioned, I'm here to talk about the KU Small Business Development Center. And I actually semi-retired from the Small Business Development Center at the end of 2021. And I have been succeeded in that position by Christina Edwards. And I suspect many of you are familiar with Christina, might know Christina better than you know me. And that's good, because she is amazing. She's doing an awesome job. What you may not be aware of is that she had a baby around the beginning of May. And so I'm just the interim director. You guys got to take it a little easy on me tonight, just in this little interim role. I mean, I know a little bit about the center because I've been there for a while, but I'll do my best. So, KU Small Business Development Center, we have a fairly small but mighty team. Christina, Carrie, and Christian, again, I imagine you see them at a variety of events around town. And of course, my name is Will. The bulk of what we do is that we provide individual, confidential, one-to-one advising for small businesses. And this could be existing businesses or it could be startups. It's also free of charge. We're not the only SBDC in the world. In fact, we're one of almost 1,100 of them across the nation. So it's I think a pretty proven model, a lot of good outcomes nationwide, and sort of the root of that is this notion of a cooperative funding model. So we're leveraging federal dollars that come from the Small Business Administration, and then it all kind of goes through the University of Kansas, and it's matched at the local level by governing bodies such as this one, which we appreciate greatly. In addition to one-on-one consulting and advising, we offer a variety of focused trainings, and maybe more to the point, we provide content. Often when folks have some need for expertise, rather than sort of manage the presentation in an event schedule, we like to provide that expertise to others and provide content to them. We definitely do a lot of connecting to appropriate resources, and that includes many of our economic development partners sitting in the room with us this evening. And I think Christina is, pretty well known for community partnerships, and I think I still consider my work at the SBDC kind of important life's work for me, but I will tell you all that I'm really proud of Christina and the way that I think she's leveled up everything that we do at the center since she's taken over director. She's done an awesome job. I am not going to read from you this list of specialties. If you speed read it, you can get through it pretty quick. I'm happy to answer questions about it. I think maybe the thing to get across is that a lot of times when people just don't know where else to go, they have no idea, they'll come to us. And if what they need isn't exactly fitting with this, we're certain to be able to find them the appropriate partner that can help them. Industries served, of course, this is by no means exhaustive, but what you'll see here is, not as much overlap as you'd expect with some of our partners. It may be that in a pre-venture, pre-revenue stage, somebody might land in our office, and then perhaps they might be at KUIP, or they might spend some time like growing a business through some of the offerings that Peaslee Tech has. We do see an awful lot of variety. I mean, it could be almost anything. And I think, like Kevin said, a lot of these tend to be smaller businesses, often technician entrepreneurs that are starting something that are likely to land in this community, live here, and exist here for a long time, we hope. Some of the specific things that add value when people come to us, again, it's a small team, but all of us have at least master's degrees. We have professional development requirements. Again, I mentioned we're one of a pretty substantial network, almost 1,100 SBDCs, and so there's a lot of oversight both at the state level with ASBDC Kansas and then at the national level. And so, we're required to receive training. We're required to complete significant amounts of professional development and stay current in quite a few different things. I think The SBDC network has a pretty significant track record of success going back to the mid-1980s in Kansas. At our center here in Lawrence, I've been personally involved since 2004, and I've seen quite a lot of growth and change in the things that we have to offer businesses and in the metrics that we keep track of, which I'll share with you momentarily. I think it's fair to say that we value, again, partnerships with folks in this room and then also moving up at the state level and at the national level as well. In 2023, we served 451 businesses. Those businesses accessed approximately $10 million in capital. And I know, I think it might have been Commissioner Sellers, you may have asked Steve how they were measuring capital expenditure. Maybe it was Commissioner Larson. This is a self-reported number. The businesses report it to us, and we do, when we collect the data, we have a list. Just because a lot of these smaller businesses, if you're using a term like capital expenditure, it might not be in their vocabulary wheelhouse. So we'll send them some examples. You know, did you borrow money to invest in equipment that you used to make donuts or whatever it is? But the numbers are all self-reported. Revenue growth across the spectrum of businesses, again, approximately 10 million. Those numbers are pretty typical from year to year. Most years, the companies that we work with will access about 10 million in capital, and they'll grow their revenues by approximately 10 million. Of course, that's across, you know, if we see 451 clients, not all of them are going to be in business because we work with a lot of pre-revenue, pre-venture clients. So the number's pretty significant, and I think we can certainly demonstrate that businesses that work with us tend to probably fare better on average. They tend to grow revenues more, and that provides more, you know, employment growth, and it provides more sales tax revenue growth than the businesses that don't. We served 18.6% of the businesses that we served in 2023 are minority owned. Again, that's all self-reported. And then women-owned businesses, and I think this includes pre-venture, but that comprises 66% of the people that came into the center in 2023. Pretty substantial. In 2024, this slide was put together, I'm not exactly sure when, but from what I can tell, we're way ahead of the mark on businesses served. And that is in part owes to our strategic plan often is one that has room for local partners, of course, but it starts at the state level for us. There are several centers in the state of Kansas, and we work with each other pretty substantially in the development of strategic initiatives. And so on the very first slide, you may have noticed there was a statement, help more people. And so one of the state strategic objectives this year is to just help more people. In fact, our center is doing that. Capital access, last time I looked, was closer to 4 million. Business starts were 15, 16, something like that. We're about halfway through where we think we'll need to be. Minority-owned businesses served very similar to last year. I think we were 18.6 last year, 18.4 so far this year. I think by the end of the year it should work out pretty similarly. Same with women-owned businesses. The revenue growth is a little bit harder to track just because we tend to do that. It's a little bit cleaner for the businesses we survey to do that after at the end of the year. It's harder for smaller businesses to estimate revenue growth periodically throughout. So I can't give you a very good result on that. I think one of the things that Christina rightfully likes to mention is our satisfaction results. So I mentioned that we're a free service. And you know, you look at the numbers, well, gosh, 96% thought we were excellent or above average, 97% thought that the services were beneficial. Well, yeah, you're free. Like, I mean, who's going to argue with that? Let me just tell you, as somebody with 20 years of experience providing this free service, that occasionally you run across situations where it's hard to communicate, it's hard to impute a value into something that's free. Right? It's hard to make people perceive that this thing that they're getting is really a fairly high-level professional service. And so, again, Christina and the team do an amazing job, I think, working with people and being personable, giving people hard truths, real facts, and doing it in an empathetic way. And that's not always easy to do in business professional services, but I think they do a very good job. And Christina and I am proud of that. I think this is a word cloud. I'll leave that up there for about 2 seconds, but we'll move on. I think Christina also wanted to get across when she put this slide deck together that our people show up. Like, we're there. When there are events in the community, this is a fairly small sample, to be honest, but we get out there when businesses are gathering, when there are opportunities for small businesses to learn, to partner. We're there. We're going to be there. With that, I will turn it over to questions.
Okay. Any questions?
I don't think so.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Will. All right. I believe that was our last presenter on this work item. Any overall questions for any of them before I open it up to public comment?
I don't think so, Mayor.
All right. Public comment?
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I guess my first question is, you were talking about the women-owned business program. I was just curious if trans women are eligible or if it's just for cisgendered ones. And also, when we were talking about that KU stuff, it just got me thinking about when KU was here and we were giving them the tax break to do all that stuff they're doing over by 21st. I thought we were supposed to get a new grocery store. It just seems like it's kind of a waste of, I don't know, of a tax break for them. I mean, I don't think we should be giving corporate welfare to move the location of a grocery store, because I think it's just that the 23rd Street Dillons is moving over to 21st. And now I'm going to have to pay a higher tax there because we're giving them a tax break. And it's like I can walk to the location at the 23rd Street one, it is near like low-income people where they do walk to Dillon's. And now they're going to have to walk further away and pay more because we moved it to KU's new fancy district. And it just seems we shouldn't have given them quite as much tax break or corporate welfare as we did just to move a grocery store. So thank you.
Before I get started, I would hope that there's not mumbling in the room while I'm speaking. I'm going to reset my time. Thank you, Eliza. These two over here have been mumbling several times to the point that it's been distracting for you guys. At the same time that they're coming in here asking you for a bunch of money with a bunch of bullshit presentations. I'm sorry. We have KU people in here that don't know the presentation that they're bringing in. Seriously. And then that whole presentation started out with a slob knob session with the mayor over his statement at the beginning of the agenda. How'd that have anything to do with this? Nothing. Let's go back to KU Innovation Park. What I heard there was they want our money. That's all they want is our money. Because they come in here with a slide that compares your job growth. Now let's analyze that slide a little bit. I'm offended that somebody from KU would bring that in here, because they have an area that's designated specifically for job growth, the Innovation Park, right? And that's what it's supposed to do. And they put that graph up against the state and local averages. How do you think it's going to look? Come on. Now, I'm not a hater. I love KU. But it's time that this town get their discrimination under control. Because it's not only happening in this room, it's happening with KU, because you're going to give them the money at the same time that you guys, I can't believe they did that right after the revenue neutral discussion. Bad timing, guys. Bad timing. Because you guys are going to tax the shit out of us and give it to them. Do we need to discuss the salaries that they make, that their football teams and their basketball teams and their baseball teams and all the other money that Innovation Park and all these high-minded people have gotten from us? And then I had heard one of them over here talk about the growth in the property tax. They even quoted that as a reason why you should give them money. Absurd. You're going to cater to them at the detriment of your own citizens. And at the same time, your behavior in this room is about to make this a lot more performative than you wanted it to be. Because your discrimination is extremely striking in the fact that you won't silence the other mumbles, but you'll talk to us about acoustics in the room and how, I see, you need them. You need their votes. I got it.
Any comments on Zoom?
I don't see any, Mayor.
Okay. Bringing it back to us. Any follow-up comments?
So I had one quick one. Let me find it real quick. All right, this is what happens when you have 8 tabs open. Right. I know I always keep coming back to this every time I hear this presentation. I know because I'm always going to push back a little bit on a couple of things. The variance in the median income by race, which is PES 6, PES 7, which is area median income, and then PES 5, which is the women and minority business ownership. Because oftentimes when I see the reports, like I see a number, but I don't see how that number's ever been operationalized. And then even in getting these presentations, I still don't hear where they're operationalized. And I think that's just, I'm just due to really just sit down and put together a more thought-provoking question to ask in regards to this, because oftentimes we're bringing in people from outside of the community that are making or exceeding area median income. So it's not building up the community. It's building up the community, but it's not building up the community with people who are of the community. So yeah, you're doing it, but you're kind of not really doing it. And so I always see that, and I just get a little bit about that. In the Rising Together presentation from the Chamber, I always see, with the job creation piece, where jobs are paying at least, $38,000, which I can't remember. I mean, I guess that's a little bit above livable wage. Is that where that salary number came from? So to have, for the next 5 years, to have jobs that pay at least $38,000? Because, I mean, that's not even 50% of area median income, so.
Well, when it was generated, when we started the Steve Kelly with the Chamber.
Yeah.
When we started this process and we're developing it, the median wage in Douglas County, Lawrence and Douglas County was around $33,000. So we picked a wage that was median wage plus $5,000 as kind of the standard to start with. So that's where that came from, because the median wage then was right at 33.
Yeah. And I guess I struggle with that, because to have a project that brings in jobs, wages, and housing, that's pushing the goalpost. So, I mean, area median income for this area is roughly a little over $100,000. In order to be considered house ready, that's a salary of at least $82,000, which is roughly 80% of area median income. So 38% puts you at rent burden. It doesn't even qualify you for mortgage. So I guess, I don't know.
Are you talking about family median income or individual median
I'm just talking about area median income.
Well,
So I can talk about single person, or I can talk about family. But I just, 38,000 is, what number is that? Individual?
that's individual.
Well, still, I mean, the individual number for a house ready is $82,000. So that could be one person or two people. So I'm just saying, if the idea of one person to live comfortably in the state of Kansas is not even $38,000 is not even it. It's roughly around 80,000, which is around home ready. So the idea of a wage of $38,000 that's a rent burden wage in our community. So it's a little bit disingenuous to say we strive to have wages in a community where a person would be rent burdened in the very community for that wage. So the idea is that that's a KPI that we have as a city, which we need to take a look at. And so how are we positioning prosperity and economic security in our own community if we have organizations and businesses that are not meeting that metric for us, or maybe we need to reassess that. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Is that you're building this based on our strategic plan, and our KPIs for our strategic plan, I think, is selling our community short. So that's why I bring it up, based on the area median income. So we can talk about that more at a later time, but just wanted to bring that to the commission's attention, that I think that's one I always struggle with, because you have a projection in your project that doesn't meet the need of the people in our community. That type of salary, whether single or family, does not meet a need. And that's not something we should be celebrating when that's below. I mean, 50% is 51,000. So we are talking about a wage that puts people in poverty. I don't want to celebrate that. I don't want to celebrate that. And I don't think any business should be celebrating poverty wages. So just wanted to make a note of that so we can strive and do better.
I had an additional question for Steve as well. I think I noticed on Peasley's presentation in terms of, kind of folks served, it had the genders and undefined.
Right.
I think there was a question and comments about would the revolving loan fund, I know that it's centered on minority, would it still be open to those folks that have undefined genders as well?
Yes, we haven't made a distinction. We haven't restricted in any way. And that was one of the things with our program. It's modeled on the program that Network Kansas has developed called Empower. And they have some restrictions because of some of the sources of funds. And that's one of the reasons we developed ours the way that we have. So we have some more ability within the community to define our own requirements. So, yes.
Thank you. All right. No additional ones. I'll go ahead and move us on. Thank you all for your presentations. Really appreciate it.
Well, no, thank you.
All right. Item number 2. I'll let the folks go ahead and exit. Item number 2, receive informational presentation about a potential common consumption area downtown.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Porter Arneal, Assistant Director, Parks, Recreation, Arts, and Culture. I'm here tonight to provide general background information on common consumption areas, also known as CCAs, and how a CCA might work downtown. I also want to provide an outline of thoughts and concerns that were shared by stakeholders during a series of meetings that I held with the community. And my intention is to basically bring everybody up to speed on where we are right now and then gain some direction from you all. With me here tonight on Zoom is John Lafferty, who is the enforcement agent with the Kansas Department of Revenue and Alcoholic Beverage Control, who's been very helpful in providing information during research and is here tonight to answer questions at the ABC level. And also here tonight is Andrew Holt, Director of Downtown Lawrence, Inc., who's been assisting me with coordinating meetings and just facilitating those meetings, making sure we're talking to the right people. So Andrew's here as well. And I'm sure there's other folks on Zoom that may be able to help us if questions arise. So let me go through this quickly. So for background, Kansas legislation permits municipalities to create common consumption areas, or CCAs, in designated districts where individuals can consume alcoholic beverages outside of licensed establishments on specific city properties. With KU football being played in Kansas City this year and as part of the city's unmistakable identity outcome, the City Commission asked staff and stakeholders to look into a common consumption area for downtown Lawrence. Just quickly, I looked up the stats on this. Last year's season, the average attendance at games was 45,800 people. So that puts into context how many people are usually at games and potentially coming downtown and going through the area and spending money, just to give you a little context. Staff held preliminary meetings with representatives from the city clerk's office, the city attorney's office, the police department, Parks, Recreation, Arts, and Culture, the parking division, the chamber, the Restaurant Association, Downtown Lawrence, Inc., and Explore Lawrence. They helped kind of put together a general plan as to how to identify more information about this. And then we held 5 stakeholder public engagement meetings that included 40 representatives from 32 downtown and nearby businesses. And that's listed at the end of this presentation. A common consumption area, or CCA, is established locally by ordinance and includes applicable local rules and regulations. Participation in a CCA is voluntary for businesses within its boundaries. To join, businesses must have a valid on-premise license or a temporary permit if located within a CCA, and they must apply to the state of Kansas ABC for approval. Individuals are not allowed to bring their own alcoholic beverages into a CCA for consumption, nor are they allowed to take alcoholic beverages out of a CCA. This is basically just a review of what I just shared there for a clear list of all the aspects of that. And the way a CCA works is basically a CCA, the boundaries are established and marked basically on a map, just so people know exactly where that CCA exists. Interested licensed establishments within the CCA opt in by applying to ABC. Member businesses serve alcohol beverages in disposable cups with their logo. That's key, that they have to have their logo. That's an ABC requirement. Customers can then enjoy their beverage and walk around within the CCA. And non-participating CCA businesses can determine if customers can enter with beverages. So there's no force there. People can make that determination. And the customer finishes their drink and disposes of the cup before leaving the CCA. This is a list of the current Kansas Common Consumption Area. Some of these are in effect now and others are in process. This isn't just municipalities, these are development areas as well. But it gives a list of who's actively looking into this right now or who has actually implemented it. I've been working with Hayes, Kansas. The deputy city manager there actually went to KU, so he knows Lawrence, and realizes it's not an apples to apples comparison, but they initiated their CCA in November. So he's been very helpful giving me insights and feedback on that. I use theirs as an example. The signage is very clear and is required to make sure the boundaries are clearly delineated so people know when they're in or leaving a CCA. And this shows the map that they use online. They also have a great series of FAQs on their site, as do other cities now. So in these meetings, various issues arose and ideas and thoughts and other things, and I've kind of boiled that down to an outline. So recommendations that we've heard so far have clearly set times and ideally consistent daily. An example might be Thursdays through Saturdays from 4 to 10 p.m. I think it's fair to say that most people agreed that this is not a late night drinking situation, but this is to, basically encourage people to enjoy downtown and be able to walk with a beverage while they're either waiting for a table at a restaurant or maybe a window shopping or after dinner or something like that. So this really isn't trying to hit anything beyond that time frame. The other option would be during select event times, but either way, people want consistency to avoid confusion. And I just wanted to say, talking to The woman in Manhattan who helps do their CCA work, they're still working on it. They haven't established one yet. But one concern is that if the time is set before bars close, that it's important to consider how to alert people so they're not inadvertently in violation after the CCA closes. This could be handled by establishments halting CCA sales 30 minutes prior to the CCA closing. So there's a lot of interest in how this will actually be enforced. So those are the types of things we're looking at and already considering solutions along those lines as an example. Sort of automatically exclusions would be parking lots and garages, and obviously city parks. If we were to include the Friendship Garden, there's no drinking allowed in city parks, so that would be an automatic exclusion. The other thing that came up that's a concern, that's something I'd be interested in your perspectives, is the trash and sustainability aspect. Right now, most cities are using plastic cups for CCAs, and so that will generate more trash. There's also the question about sustainability. Do we want to use plastic? We looked into, and actually Kathy Richardson and I had a dialogue over email about the plastic corn cups that are compostable, but require a special mechanism to do that. They have to be composted at a certain temperature. So then you have to collect them. You can't allow them to be, combined with other things, and then it has to go through that. We don't have that resource available right now. So that's an issue. The other one is aluminum cups, but that becomes a cost issue. So just for awareness, the cup situation is something to really think about. Also adding more receptacles, and whether they have to be certain types of receptacles depending on the cup that we would use. And just the added cost and time needed to clean up after things. We don't know what the behavior would be. We don't know how significant that will be. So this is one of the challenges of this. There's a lot of guessing here as to what actually is going to occur. Security was another area that people are very interested in. They want strict enforcement from the start. One suggestion was coordinated patrols by police at the start of the program. Some people asked if the signs were necessary. In other words, obviously the signs are required for this, but they were concerned that the signs send a message when it's not actively a drinking zone that we are a drinking city. So that was a concern that was raised. And so they asked if signs could be removed when the CCA is not in operation. And it's not advancing. The benefits: increased activity downtown, increased alcohol sales, potentially increased retail sales. People talked about, now that we have notification apps, you could conceivably get a drink, and then as you're waiting for your table, wander down, do some window shopping, that type of thing. And then maybe generate some sort of sales programs during the CCA as well. The main wants and concerns: downtown is already perceived as unsafe, concerned this will exacerbate that perception. Unsure if this will benefit retail over restaurant or vice versa, possibly. Keep property owners and businesses from having to be enforcers. They really want to make sure that security is clear and that they don't have to actually be enforcing the rules. There's already limited restroom access downtown. One thing that we would want to do is make sure that we can continue allowing sponsored events within the common consumption area. There was some concern that if you have a CCA and try to have a permitted event like a busker festival or something, that sponsorship may not work. I talked to ABC, and John could probably speak to this a little bit. I don't think that's true. I think it depends on how we work our ordinance, but just for awareness, that was something that arose as well. There's also the idea of maybe authorizing a local agency like DLA to be sort of the boots on the ground, so they're the ones really hearing what's going on and can report back to the city commission and the city staff as to what's happening, to make sure that we're monitoring things carefully. And another question came up: is there another alternative, other family-friendly program options that might be more beneficial? So that came up as well. And I think that, based on what I've learned, and this is, as you see, draft, just trying to figure out what the parameters might be if we were to do a common consumption area. And so I identified all the potential participants in a CCA and then looked at sort of the basic practical outline of where that might apply. So this is the map that I developed, purely from that perspective, just to give you an idea. And, the other idea would be is, do you want to keep it that limited, or is there a possibility of expanding it to be broader to, maybe Vermont and New Hampshire? But that's a whole nother conversation. And then these were all the businesses that participated, had representatives at those meetings. And I did visit the Lawrence Restaurant Association yesterday and just gave them an update on this and encouraged them to share their opinions with you. And that's all I have for the presentation.
All right. Questions?
Do you have, at this stage, it's information gathering, or are people expressing their opinions to you? Do you have a sense of more people excited, not excited, or are we just more of a talking about?
It really honestly runs the gamut. Some people are, let's do this, there's no question, and other people are absolutely not. This would be really a bad thing for downtown, and kind of everything in between, very honestly. I know that some of I was encouraging public comments. I really wanted you all to get as much feedback as possible. And so you have some written public comment on the agenda item. I don't know if you've heard from folks as well, but so that's because I did the parklet process as well, the community engagement for that. Downtown is a very sort of delicate ecosystem. There's lots of different interests down there. And so I think that range has always been there. And so it's hard for me to say either way, frankly. And again, a lot of this is unpredictable. We just don't really know, one, how many participating businesses might there be and what kind of activity, and a lot of that depends on the timing and that sort of thing. So it's very nebulous right now.
Have we gotten do we have any data, or maybe it doesn't exist, about, we know these cities have them, but I was in North Lawrence today, Nodo District, Topeka, the Nodo District, looking around, of course, lunch on a Tuesday afternoon. There was no one using it. I've been downtown Topeka. I've not seen anyone using it. Do we know if it's actually being used much in some of these areas?
I reached out to a couple of cities, and it's still premature for them to be able to really say that. The only thing I gleaned was that the CCA, it's difficult to say if there's a real economic impact. They do notice, though, when there's events, within the CCA, that they do see an uptick at that point.
Porter, I had a question. Sorry, Commissioner Finkelday. Wouldn't that be captured kind of under the umbrella of like the special events permit or anything like that?
It's a good question, and that's been asked as well. So a special events permit basically does cover this. So I'll just use the Busker Fest as an example because it's downtown on the street. So that creates effectively a CCA. The Busker Fest was sponsored by Free State, so Free State is in there selling beer in that CCA during the event. So that does work, and that's, it's one. But that requires a permitting process and everything else, whereas the CCA is really meant to be more, if you will, leisurely.
Okay.
But yes, it does work.
I'll ask a follow-up question. Can you create a CCA for special events so that Busker Fest wouldn't need a permit? Or would we have to know that like somehow in advance, like on?
That possibility arose, is that we could look at, instead of doing this on a daily basis, we could look at an annual and say, what are the events that we know are going to be occurring, and would we want to implement a CCA just during those events? So I believe my understanding is, and John, again, could probably help us with this a little bit, is that, it really is, however we want to design a CCA for Lawrence is how we can do it. So there's a lot of flexibility in that, as far as how we implement that, but then also how do we enforce it and those types of things.
So Porter, that gets me to my question. I wanted to see if maybe that bubbled up in the conversations around, you seem to get a lot of thoughts around timing. I was curious to know if you got questions around, not the timing as far as the time of day, but just the time of the year. So I was reading an article that came out that looked at common consumption areas. I think in North Carolina they call them private outdoor drinking districts or something like that, POTUS. But I think it's in North Carolina. They have them as they're seasonal. So they're like from April to October. So I was curious to know if in the conversations around time of day, did conversations come around, maybe we do it during this time of the year, or it's only for this much time out of the year, or maybe it's just, a common consumption for the summer, since we know we typically have Busker, Pride, Juneteenth, all of the things that typically happen in the summer that brings people out, that oftentimes vendors don't want to apply for a special use permit for alcohol. But then if it's covered under the common consumption, that would be an option available for folks to go get something while still being able to attend. So I didn't know if maybe conversations around time of the year bubbled up in these conversations.
It wasn't specifically seasonal, but it did come up about, targeting specific events throughout the year. So in a sense, you're right, it would be seasonal because obviously different seasons have more events and that would be the optimum time.
Right. 'Cause I guess my thought about this is, again, whatever the mind, wherever you would take it. And like I said, looking at some of the municipalities that I looked at and spoke to, some of them are year-round, some are seasonal, some only occur, during special events. Like I said, they all have their different terminology for them, but essentially many of them were seasonal type of districts, so.
Porter, I had a question about I know you touched on it, the security aspect, law enforcement. Do we have any idea of what kind of resources that this type of event would take?
Again, until we have clearer, a sense of exactly what this entails and the timing, it's difficult to say. But as I said, David Ernst was on the initial stakeholder group, and so we talked this through, and so they're very aware of what's happening. And, once we know more information about how this might play out, if we were to move forward, then they can be clearer on how much time that might require for them.
Okay.
And other cities have hired security firms to handle things when their police department really isn't have that bandwidth, so that's another possibility.
It seems to me with the struggles we're having right now financially, to put more onus on our police department would be asking a bit much. It seems like, given that they're already prioritizing various types of calls, and this would just be an added one. It seems to me, and it seems with the special events that we do, when we have that option, I'm just not for sure where something like this would be that much more advantageous.
Any additional questions? I think so. All right. All right. Open it up. Thank you, Porter, for public comment. This work item.
Long for the days where we used to just give public comment and leave, right? Lisa, I got to tell you, and this one just came to me just here in the last couple of minutes. I've noticed how the closer we get to the election, the more I start to agree with you. And that's not a change in me, that's a change in you. Because suddenly you don't want to spend any money. But I have to agree with her, because this is a dumb idea. A dumb idea. Why are we even bothering with this? Why did you even take up the time? We have a special use permit that will cover this. It's all going to cost extra. The cups, the cleanup, the police, everything. And your business owners aren't wanting to pay for it. They just want to reap the profits. But let's take this to a whole different level. Let's bring it back to discrimination. Because what you're doing this for is you're doing it to cater to KU. We heard it at the very beginning. Creating a special consumption district where they can go downtown and get drunk and be publicly intoxicated all they want, we're fine. Let me tell you a little story that happened a few weeks ago. A bullshit call was made. Cops show up, accusing people of things, harassing people, intimidating people, treating people like shit, and he's not paying attention. At the end of it, there's no arrest, no crime. The man walks out to the street to ask the officers their name and badge numbers and gets arrested for public intoxication. How do you like that? That's how they act. And you want to just excuse KU downtown and their parents and their friends and whoever the hell else. And didn't we just hear everybody come in here bitching and throwing a fucking fit about all the drunks and the drug addicts downtown? Wasn't that all our business owners in here saying that about the homeless people? Pretty sure that's what I heard. I may be way off there. But once again, discrimination in your policies. He should have known better to not even let this one come to the floor. But I'm the racist, right?
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers, and I just want to ask, why can't all businesses, like all business districts,
Stay here.
Why is Courtney interrupting the meeting? Kick her
Sorry.
out.
I'm sorry. I'm just wondering, why can't we make more than just downtown a public consumption area? And honestly, I'd like to make the whole town a public consumption area. And what really pisses me off is that you're doing this from the perspective of businesses. I'm coming at this from the perspective of drinkers. Like, why should the right to do something in public be determined if a business makes money off of it? We should be if we're doing stuff saying you have a right to do something, it should be for the good of the person, not for the good of a business. And so I just want you to expand this. It bothers me that we're just doing a small part of town and say, oh, it's good and it's good to drink here. And the other question I have is, if people can be expected to get drunk and drink downtown and be expected to behave, why can't they be expected to do the same at other parts of town? So I just want to throw that out, that I wish this was more fair and that people that drink would be considered, and that it's not just about making money for downtown businesses. Thank you.
Any additional?
Andrew Holt, Executive Director of Downtown Lawrence, Inc. And I just wanted to say that Porter did a great job of summarizing anything, or everything I should say. I just wanted to maybe add a little light to it. And I would say that he was completely correct that the input at the meetings, and I attended all 5, was across the board. And that included every aspect. Like, we had retailers who were totally against it, retailers who were for it, restaurants that were for it, restaurants that were against it. The only thing I would say is that everyone who seemed to be for it kind of qualified it with, we want to make sure, though, that there are the resources to do the proper enforcement and have the trash and the sustainability. So I think that's an important distinction to make. DLI has submitted a letter. It's in your packet. I won't go over it, but it's a very measured approach. It's basically saying that we would support it if the resources were there for specific events. Examples would be like Final Fridays, some of the other events that would possibly be enhanced by it. I know that wasn't the original intent, but that was what we felt comfortable with. And so that's my impressions of the meetings that we had. I also want to say that it was a very positive experience. Porter did a great job, and I think the people who were engaged were very appreciative. They articulated that, so that was very good. And I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding DLI's perspective. I know this is public comment, but great. Thanks.
All right.
Jim Bateman. My wife and I own a retail business downtown. Remaining neutral for the moment on the idea in general. I have concerns along this line, first and foremost, that very few people, I think, were actually contacted about this. Outreach was limited, it seems, to downtown businesses through DLI, and that was done well. There's no question there, and this next comment is not about Porter's work. I appreciated what he did because he was very, very forthright in how this was working, and he recorded things accurately. But the stakeholders for this have been identified in the meetings as the downtown merchants, who are members of DLI, and the liquor license holders. Specifically, they were addressed as at this meeting, we will specifically concern ourselves to get this message out to them about these informational meetings. That group is, for the entirety of downtown, relatively small. There are many, many businesses downtown and service providers that are not members of DLI, so they would not have gotten Andrew's communication telling them about this that I'm aware of. And landlords, I had 2 landlords in 3 days contact me personally to say, what's going on? I didn't hear anything about this. Nobody has told me anything. 3 days ago, someone who lives in Hobbs Taylor Lofts looked me up and knew that I had been involved in downtown issues and wanted to know what's going on. I know 10 people here who are upset about this, that they've not heard anything about it. So I would encourage you not to start with the assumption that you've had a lot of public input on this subject at all. That's my primary thing. Commissioner Finkeldye asked, my other question is, do we have evidence that this is working anywhere other than we're trying it, we don't know yet? And I think that's huge. Trying to implement something with the intent of raising sales tax revenue and seeing no success in the state of Kansas that someone has reported to us yet is a mistake. Thank you.
Okay. Can you take us on Zoom?
Courtney Shipley.
Thank you, Eliza. Thank you, Mayor. I kind of wanted to say this is really a great opportunity and to ask for health statistics on the bars downtown. Some of them are better at policing. They're over-serving and serving underage people than others. You should ask for those statistics from law enforcement. We should also talk to EMS and find out who's getting calls for alcohol poisoning and other things before you move ahead with something like this. And I'm going to use Vice Mayor's terminology here, bad actors. There are some bars downtown that are better at policing the way they serve alcohol than others, and you should be in possession of that information before you do this. I'm glad that everyone's thinking about how to put boundaries and guardrails on it, but it would be very responsible for you all to know that information. I'm fairly sure none of you are in possession of that knowledge right now. Another thing that interests me about this is this narrative that this all came about because of KU football. This was discussed years ago and has been ruminating for a while. And the city cannot make decisions based on what football will or will not do. For 20 years, no one could depend upon what football would or wouldn't do. So it's not wise to be making decisions now on what it will or will not do. So those are my basic comments, and I hope you will ask for that data and those statistics from law enforcement and EMS. Thank you.
That's all the public comment.
Okay. Bring it back to us for further discussion.
Porter, did you say we had someone online from ABC?
Yes, bless his heart, John Lafferty is online from ABC, and he may be able to shed some light on some of that statistical data that Courtney was mentioning. I hope he's still over.
Good
There he
evening.
is.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. John Lafferty with Alcoholic Beverage Control. I don't know that I can answer the statistics on the increased drinking amount. I can only speak to my efforts to curb underage drinking and the number of times there have been sales to underage. I can get that to Porter and he can share that with you. I don't think it'll be a significant amount from what I'm seeing, but I certainly want to help in any way to facilitate whatever might be the direction of this board.
Thank you, John.
Okay. And Porter, I know that we're receiving this. Is this just informational or what?
No, what I mentioned also is some sense of direction.
Okay.
You know, if you want me to continue moving forward with this, you know, that type of thing, and if you have thoughts about specifics that were mentioned as well.
I'm not really interested.
Well, I'm interested, and that gummit, we've been talking about it since 2017, so maybe hopefully we can either put this to rest or bury it. I think I've been just a little, I don't want to say disappointed. I think a lot of the narrative out of this, whether it's from businesses, most importantly from our media, and how our paper has kind of put a spin on this as, you know, this is wild and loosey, people just being drunk and whatever. Like, I travel. I've been to communities that have common consumption areas, and it creates a nice vibe to the downtown. I've been to communities where if it wasn't for the restaurant that was down there, I probably would have never visited their downtown. I've been to communities where they've used their common consumption district to elevate programs that are done downtown. And I think that's where, when I brought this to the commission to have discussion and to create, you know, to get some dialogue going about it, is to help us imagine what we can do downtown. And it's so interesting that everyone went to the complete polar of it, of, you know, we're just going to have a bunch of drunk derelicts hanging out with the homeless people and the college students just getting all drunk, wild and crazy, throwing plastic cups all over the place, and it's going to be dirty and nasty and no one's going to pick it up, and That's literally all I've heard about this. And I think it's interesting that that's what we project about our fellow citizens in this community, that we can't do something like this because, you know, the college students at KU are gonna muck it up, and, you know, we're going to see, you know, so-and-so that lives a very quiet life out here running around with their pants on their heads because, you know, they got to have a martini at 4 o'clock in the afternoon down on Mass. And so, you know, I think there was a lot of things that I heard from the presentation that I felt could continue to bring conversation around this, that could be a reconciliation if that's what downtown businesses, stakeholders, the community wants to see. There's a lot of things that are going into play to this. You have a strategic plan, you have a downtown master plan, you have, I assume DLI has a strategic plan or whatever. You know, all of these different entities have their part of what are we doing to create a inclusive, welcoming, belonging area downtown. And we've seen it. First Fridays, Busker Fest, Pride, Juneteenth. I'm missing some things, you know, Midsummer. There's all of these things that we do. And then, you know, just the idea of adding a little different of an element, you know, whether it's common consumption, live music, plays, something to just create a unique opportunity downtown that we don't normally see. And so using this as a catalyst just to have those conversations, because frankly, I don't hear it. And then I hear from people in the community, they're just like, when is downtown going to do something? Because It's always about these 4 things. And I'm glad that we have these common staples in our community. But we literally do have people in our community who don't go downtown because they don't see anything for themselves down there. And if there's a business downtown that's willing to say, I'm going to prove you wrong, well, prove me wrong. But that's the community. And so, I mean, if people just want to shoot this down in flames, shoot it down in flames. I shouldn't say I don't really care, because I do care. I think I'm just disappointed in how we take something to the negative and we like conjure up all the negatives about things, and we say, this is why we can't do it, or this is why we can't do it year long, or we have to have these stopgaps because we can't do these things. When I presented this, I used KU and football as an example of just, that's going to be a lost revenue. Don't insult my intelligence by me thinking that a common consumption area was going to help us boost the revenue that we're going to lose. We're not. That's insulting my intelligence, and I think a lot of people owe me an apology for that. But it was an idea of, we have big things coming our way. When KU comes back, yes, that's going to drive things downtown. Are there going to be things nuanced that we have to elevate that experience? We'll have the gateway. Is that going to elevate the experience? We're going to have potentially FIFA. That could elevate the experience. So it's just the fact that something started with a curious thought for us to think curiously, and we took it to the depths of almost hell to say, well, we can't do this because all of these bad things are going to happen. And, who won, what was it? The whiskey walk and the Stoli stroll. And I mean, it's just, I think it just disappoints me that that's an aspect of our community that we think so bad of ourselves that we can't do something nice because it has to be on the far end. I would like to know if there could be a reconciliation with this. Can we do a season? And what would that look like? And see a cost component behind it. Maybe it's not for 25. I never said I wanted it ready for 25. I just said it'd be nice to have some information before football season. So again, people interpreting my narrative, which if folks would just call me or email me, I could have told them that. But it's just, if there's a desire downtown for us to have curious exploration of it, and we're asking all these questions about costs, coverage, what does that look like? What does it look like? I like to make a decision knowing all the things that I would like to know, so then I can say thumbs up or thumbs down. But it seems like to me, we're just wanting to thumb it down and not do the due diligence. So, I mean, if that's the will of the governing body, I'm just one person. But I would really like for us to figure out what this could be. We started, parklets started like this. Remember the times when you guys were arguing about parklets? And look how far we've come with parklets. Knowing that there's communities that have been doing it for years before us. But yet we've managed to create a beautiful experience downtown with our parklets. Could this be a beautiful experience? Could it yield a beautiful experience? Knowing what the sticker price is going to be on it. Maybe, kinda, I don't know. But that's what I would like to see. Let's figure it out. We may not figure it out before football season, and I'm totally fine with that, because this was not predicated just on football season. It's, if we're going to get it right, let's take the time to get it right. But if we don't want to get it right, then all it takes is 3 people saying this is not worth our while, and it goes away.
Well, it's I don't necessarily. I would like more information. It was one, as Commissioner Sellers said, the cost. I mean, what kind of insecurity would it entail? Why would this be better than our special event permit? What other envelope does it cover? What doesn't it cover? Things of that aspect. Other test cases, as other people have mentioned, like how has it gone over in other areas across the state of Kansas or other areas outside of Kansas? What's the success rate? Also, it's if there are any bad actors or any of those statistics that might be available, would that exacerbate a problem, or is there no problem? So I'm not wholly willing to dismiss it, but I definitely have some questions about it. Predominantly being that we're kind of doing something similar with the special event permit, but I would like to see if this accentuates it, or if if it's just the same or something like that. So.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, some of this makes a lot of sense, and I like the idea. As Commissioner Sellers pointed out, there's lots of people doing this, and they're successful, and there's not a lot of negative externalities right away. So I see a few, but it's important to acknowledge the potential negative impacts as well as the positive ones. And I don't really think I've studied that closely enough to make a decision, but I would be willing to look at the idea, especially if we can come up with a template where we could use this more effectively in the future, even if it's not something that exists all the time. We could just plop this down at a certain point of year, have it open, available, signed, and then available to go back up again or come down as necessary for special use. And maybe to take some of the permitting headache off of people who want to do things like this downtown. Again, some of the other activities that have gone on in the past have really struggled with getting buy-in for closing down Mass or from being able to stroll with an open beverage. I do have some questions about the open container issues and the trash and the waste that's being generated by walking instead of using washable containers. That's something we can overcome, I'm sure, with some creative partnerships. But I'm in favor of looking forward, but I see some definite negative impacts, but any change is going to have both, so positive and negative changes. So I'm in favor of continuing to look at it for sure.
I guess I'm interested possibly in special events. I'm not interested really. I guess I'd have to learn a lot to convince myself I was interested in doing it all the time, even, but again, not that anyone's suggesting that. People are suggesting other possibilities. So I guess but it seems to me the other part of this that maybe DLI can help us out with is it would seem like it would really only be effective. I mean, the theory on paper, it sounds good, like, hey, I'm going to go to this restaurant, take a drink, I'm going to go shop while I'm waiting for my spot. If I come to downtown with that expectation and like 3 restaurants are involved,
Yeah.
then I'm not,
Opposite.
it's the opposite of that. I came downtown thinking I could do this, and I find out only 3 restaurants have joined us. And so I guess it doesn't, it seems to me that we need to also understand where where our possible participants are coming from. And if they're not interested in that kind of participation, then I think it does really go to a special event kind of only thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then the question is it better than our special event process? I don't know that answer.
I hope we were helpful, because I think I counted 3 of us, and not sure about Commissioner Finkeldei, but.
So we heard about the financial implications, so I think that's something to be had. Like, what would that look like? And so we have some level of downtown patrol, but if there's a thought that it needs to be heightened, or it needs to be increased, we need to know what that looks like. So what are the financial, I noticed from several entities that wrote in, they wanted to know financial implications. Is that based on the city, or is there a plan to project that to anyone who participates for that to be on the business? I think there's the idea of maybe looking at knowing where some of our programming is done typically in the past, like, so across the for the year, where do we see most of the bulk of our programming? To the point that's brought up, maybe we use this as a substitute to, instead of having every organization or entity having to apply for a special use permit, we can create a season or that is open during that time. So something to that effect. It was brought up about looking at our percentages of underage drinking and getting that data. There could be some value in that as far as what those numbers look like now. If one is to, correlation doesn't necessarily mean causation. So But that could be information for us to have. But I would be curious, if we know that there is some desire, maybe identifying what those businesses are, where are they at, what does that look like on the current map, to see if is there some way to, if this was something that DLI businesses, and I guess landlords are wanting to have some knowledge of this as well, what they look like, what that could look like in downtown, and including that information as well, and just bringing back something to us that could look like that. I don't know. I don't feel like we're at a place where we can draft an ordinance, because again, I think the next argument is this is going to be, what is the cost going to look like, and whether or not we need to build that out into next year's budget in order for that to happen, or what that could look like. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think we're definitely still in the information gathering stage, just to figure out exactly if we want to, proceed to the next step. So
So I appreciate that, and I would say, as you're learning and what we've experienced, this is where it gets stuck, so to speak, because it's hard to determine, hard to give answers that you're asking me without knowing a sort of better definition of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So I guess with that, I would say is, based on what you've seen, do you think I can continue working on that sense of scope to then provide more information about potential costs? It's just, everything is a guessing game at this stage, because there's so many factors that are unknown. We don't know what the behavior will be like. We don't know how many businesses would actually join in on this, and some were, very vocal about whether they would or wouldn't, but others, I think, are waiting to see if this even really happens or not. So it's just really hard to get definitive information to then base other research on. So just to, to give you a sense of, this is the challenge with this, is it's difficult to do that. But I think with what you've told me, and if there is an interest in to proceed in this, using what I've shown you as a template, so to speak, to start working from, I'll use my architectural background, charrette of sorts. So this is sort of a model that we can then base things on and then derive some information. That I can do, if that is amenable.
I guess I'd be interested to know, like, from, downtown Topeka, Nodo, or Hayes.
I've talked to, just so you know, I've talked to a few, and the problem is that it's still early in their experience, so they don't really have a lot of hard data on, and so they're reluctant to share anything, because they just don't know for sure what's really happening.
This was only passed, a year ago?
Yeah, if you look at that list, it's actually interesting. I think most of these that are actually initiated at this point only started last fall, and so there hasn't been a lot of activity. And then many are development oriented, so that's a very controlled environment. So this gives me something to work on, and I can do that if that's...
Yeah, would you be comfortable as certain? Okay, this being a template. Okay.
Okay.
I think so.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, and I'll move us on to commission items. Item G, discuss the nomination process for the advisory board appointments. Sherry is missing, so.
Well, here's the one, two things I want to just mention. One, I like what Sherry came up with for appointments going forward. I think the big question for us is 80, however many, 80 positions, 70 positions, we need to try to have appointed by September 1st.
Right.
One option would be for all of us to submit 7 names for 10 committees, and then, have a huge discussion about, hundreds of people. Other options would include each of us, putting 2 names out, 1 or 2 names out for every committee, and seeing if we can get 7 out of that list. Other options would be we all give names to the mayor and try to come up with balanced. It's, I don't know what the answer is, but it just seems to me each of us submitting 7 names for 7 committees doesn't seem to be the way to do it. So that's, I guess, what I was wanting to talk about, and trying to get that done by September
Right.
1st.
Can I add?
Okay.
It's effective September 1st, but that doesn't necessarily mean we have to have everything filled by then. That's our
Yeah.
goal. So if we want to get people appointed early September and start training them and have them meet in October, that's
Sure.
a possibility also.
Okay.
I don't know if anyone had strong ideas of,
Yeah, I think I like the idea of folks putting up a couple names out there for each one and see how many cross names we get as well as discussions of others.
And there's going to be people that want to be carried over as well, right?
Yeah.
There's, not everyone wants to be off the
well,
committees.
everyone's had to apply.
Okay.
Right.
Now, they can say, I've been on it before.
Have you gotten everybody reapplied already? Has that already been?
They're all applying if they want to.
We're all
Okay,
applying.
so
There
there's
are
a-
some folks that are currently sitting on advisory boards who have reapplied.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Well, then we'll need
Some-
to, so if we already see those names, we obviously shouldn't throw them in. We just need to go through the list maybe already who's on there, and, or do we just go with the names on the list who've already applied? Or do we want to add people who haven't applied? Do you want to encourage to apply, or we just?
I
wanna
think
go-
we want to keep encouraging people to apply
Okay.
until we
That's
fill
what-
it up.
I think it's kind of open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I know we got 4 or 5 today. I mean, people are still applying, but at some point, we have to appoint them. And I guess,
Yeah, it's coming.
anyway, this is our last meeting until August, so if we don't just, if we're going to try to do something in the first meeting of August, we want to kind of have some direction. If we want to wait till August to talk about it, I'm okay with that. It just means we're not going to appoint people till the second or third week of August, and we're getting close to September 1st.
I would say the way I have been approaching it is where I've looked at maybe 1 or 2 names per board, with the idea that if it's supposed to be 7, that gives you at least 10 names to work from. At some point, you may have some attrition. Someone may come in and say, I signed up, but I don't really want to do this. So I think starting with 10 names, and I think for us having that discussion and, working it down from there, that works. When I'm looking at different boards, I'm looking to see if these are folks who are reapplying, who are currently on the board. I look at whether or not their term was about to expire. So if their term is about to expire, then putting them on for one of the more shortened terms, and maybe not for one of the longer, fuller terms. So I mean, I've maybe kind of done a too deep of a deep dive in it, but I'm not coming up with 7 names for each one. I've been coming up with like 1 or 2 names.
Okay.
For each, so that
Two
we
then?
can.
You like that idea?
Yeah.
It's all
That's
I've been,
equitable.
that's all I've been doing.
If we use kind of, I think we're all on the same page then, if we use kind of the outline that Sherry put together, if we submit 1 or 2 names by like by July 26th, she will send those out on July 29th for us to look
That's
at.
the review.
Or my offer week. Yeah, no, then that would be it. Then we could look at the list and, I might say, oh gosh, I didn't think about that. I'll pull one of my names, and then we'll be able on Thursday to release the list for the August 6th meeting.
The timing works.
Okay. So goal would be to, does that sound good? Everyone get 1 or 2 names in by January 26th.
June?
July.
July.
Thank you,
July.
January. I'm looking at a calendar here. July 26th.
It's getting late. We
And
knew
then those names will be released on the 29th, and then on the agenda by August 1st.
that works for me.
July 26th. Let me see.
Okay.
Couple names by July 26th. Okay.
And again, if we don't fill every position, we can still have time afterwards, but if,
Just say no more than 2 names per.
yeah, okay. Let's do it.
Does that help?
Yep, that's
All right.
what I wanted.
Any other commission items?
I don't know when the date is, because I know, I think it was last week. Legislative research the legislature went through for their interim committee meetings. I don't know when the date is because it's not been posted, and KLRD is usually good about posting these. I just don't know when. But there's supposed to be a 2-day special committee meeting on available and affordable housing. So just wanted staff to be, kind of keep their radars up on that to see when the agenda drops, what that looks like. But I thought it would be worthwhile for us to have, if not have a say, have a fly on the wall to see what the legislature is talking about in regards to that.
I would agree. Do we need another person to agree?
Yes.
Okay.
You all agree?
Yes.
I agree, yes.
Okay.
Unanimous in this.
Okay. Okay, cool. Any other commission items? All right, I'm not seeing any. I'll move us on to item H, City Manager's Report.
Thanks, Mayor. There are 3 items for your attention. The first one is the immigration enforcement policy. During our reviews through the CALIA process, we updated this policy and found something we wanted to update, and the requirement of that is that we do a public notice of that update, and that's what this is. Otherwise, it's the utility building report and the future agenda items. And we're here to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions for Craig?
I think so, Mayor.
Commissioner Sellers?
Yeah, I had a question, but I'll have to wait.
Okay.
I'll have to wait, so.
Okay. It's a public comment item, so open it up for public comment.
That agenda item said that you were going to be receiving a report. Man sitting over there, is he shy? You know, it's a CALIA process, something that's pretty important to him, and you guys are letting him off the hook pretty easily. He's not even going to come up here and present anything to you. It's pretty interesting how that CALIA process also requires there to be a CPRB that actually does certain things that he's tried to hinder that board from. I would suggest you get some information from him and give yourselves the opportunity to ask the man some questions.
And is there any comment on Zoom?
None.
Okay, bringing it back to us. Any additional comments?
I think so.
Okay, not seeing any. Moving us on. Item I, Commission Calendar.
Just note for the record, I'm going to be absent on the August meeting, out of town.
Okay. All right. Anything else? All right. Item J, live broadcast ends. The remaining items will not be broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. I will give it about 10 seconds and count of that transition.